All right, Riftbounders, welcome on in. We have a very special event today. It is the first time set 3 cards are legal in one of the Runes and Rift tournaments, and today we have a full blast of players, full blast of legends from set 3. And with me today, of course, it is Orbital. Orbital, how are you feeling today? Starting off the rounds with me.
I'm feeling pretty dang good. I'm excited. Unleashed looked very, very good. And honestly, some of the changes, obviously, with the ban list have shaken things up. So giving the players a chance to kind of flex their knowledge, see how quickly they can put a deck together with some of the new legends, as you said, will be very fun to watch.
It really will be. It's going to be a little bit interesting as a lot of players are just trying to figure out exactly what cards work with
Yes.
what interactions are the more top tier type of interactions. And to be perfectly honest with you guys, we're probably going to have to do a whole lot of hovering to make sure we fully read every card because there's so many cards and it's the very first day, I guess, of the set for us, if you will. But let's go
Yep.
ahead and join these players for our very first round one. We have a LeBlanc, which a lot of people have considered one of the higher tier legends, versus the new XPE. Orbital, how do you feel about the coin name for him? Are we all in agreement with the XPE? Does that sound right, or
Uh,
do you feel like something's
I
better?
I actually think that's perfect. Considering we've got 24 players coming in here, we have about 4 Master Yis that have currently signed up. We only have 1 LeBlanc player, or 2 LeBlanc players, I believe. So XPE makes sense. I think, you know me. I came into this. I'm not as experienced with TCGs, but what I do know is obviously there was already, the OG Origins, the original Proving Grounds Master Yi, and with the fact that this new Master Yi seems so powerful in the buildup, XPE I think makes a whole lot of sense, considering that's literally what the whole comp is built around. So I think it's a perfect name heading into this match.
Right, and let's do just that. Head right into that very first round. Up at the top is New Rafa, previous champion, one of our Runes and Rift weekly events. And down below, it's Loner representing that XPE. So real quick, before we get started, let's go ahead and make sure we fully understand both of these legends' abilities. So for those that are newer to set 3, which I would imagine a handful of us are decently new to set 3, LeBlanc up at top. LeBlanc Deceiver, when you conquer or hold, you may discard a card and create a reflection token, and that reflection token is basically just a complete copy of a token or a complete copy of a unit you decide on. So it gets really intricate as we see the chosen champion already developed for it. And I don't remember this chosen champion. It looks like it's the altar. So assault and death nail, draw 1. Okay, I like it. Or not draw 1. Oh, okay. If I
It
see the
is.
synergy there, if it gets a reflection, it could draw 2 off the beginning phase. But okay, nice little 3 drop. But what can you tell us about Master Yi XP?
Master Yi XP is a wild one. You're looking for a very early XP bump. If you take a look at the Wuju Master, it's a level 6 and level 11 spike. Once you hit level 6, your units all have +1, and then at level 11, all your units enter ready. It's a very big buildup of XP. Remember, you earn XP primarily by the card numbers itself, and that's what you're looking for. Now, the main thing that you're looking at is over on the champion side. You can take a look there. It says Hunt 2 as well as a level 6. You conquer and you gain 2 XP and such. There is a card, though, later on that we'll talk about that is the main draw, but early on, looking to earn XP, early conquers, early takes, build that XP lead up so you can really unleash the deck later.
That makes a whole lot of sense. So just a whole lot of new interactions for these guys to work with. And speaking of the new cards, we see another one, Wuju Apprentice, looking to get the first conquer on Candlelight Sanctum. And interesting enough, just going to play out a mutated Mauser, which adds tank and shield of 2. So it's actually a 2-drop that defends for 3. Quite an impressive
Yep.
stat. Of course, only on the defensive end. But real quick, let me remind myself. So Hunt, for those that don't know, in set 3, as Orbital was kind of detailing with Master Yi, when you conquer or hold, you get XP 1. So I believe the Yi right now is at 3 XP, which is the 3 represented on top of the legend. I think most people are in
Yep.
consensus that's how you represent XP in the game. And then when it's
Easiest
at
way.
6, you play me and draw 1. So you just played it for a 2-2 for now. But Orbital, double LeBlanc chosen champion, going to the Forbidden Waste. And man, there's so many new cards. We should probably highlight the new battlefield, shouldn't we?
Yes, we should. We got some fun ones. Obviously, 3 are out, but the Forbidden Waste. You're taking a look here. When a unit here is defending alone, it has -2. So you always want to double up leading into the battlefield versus the Candlelit Sanctum. Everyone kind of knows it. It's a recycle plus draw and all that fun stuff. Taking a look at the lead up, though, we have 3 LeBlancs on the field, battlefield of 2, base of 1. For Nuroff, really looking to stack up. You're almost always looking for a 2-man attack is what I'm looking at, and then just sweep them out with the death knell. So you can already see for Loner, you're at the situation where you know the build-up's coming and the hand draw is coming as well.
That's right. And I just realized one of those LeBlancs were the reflection copy, which is why we see two. But now we literally see two
Yeah.
real ones as he just developed one out in the back line. So 2-2, just tying things out, throwing it back over to the XPE. Since he held, he does go up to 4 XP. And I believe his ability to start kicking off at the 6 mark. So when you have 6 XP, all your units get +1.
Yes.
And then what gets really impressive, if you manage to get all the way up to 11 XP, everything enters ready. So quite the aggressive deck, but we see a bit of a newer card get played out. Are we familiar with this one, Orbital?
Ooh, I don't believe so too much. I'm double checking which one I just saw. The Herald of the Spring, right? We're looking there, and it's just an early 2 XP, so now you're bumped up a little bit higher. But this is the main one that I am watching for. This extra follow-up behind with the Wuju Apprentice. You're hard stacking the Candlelit Sanctum, because you already know, I think, for the Master Yi, that the LeBlanc deck is just, you're going to draw, no matter what, right? It's a very quick draw. It's going to die. You got temporary on a lot of them. Your best bet is stack XP as fast as possible and basically outrun the multi-unit destruction that is built up in a yellow deck. Everyone knows yellow deck has great disengage and a great nullification. You know, you have things like the Hidden Blades, like the Cold Weakened items like that. So it makes sense why I see a full stack here on the Candlelit Sanctum for Loner.
Yeah, and we just saw the synergy from that reflection token getting triggered out that beginning step. Of course, definitely you would have drawn one because it is that beginning step, you instead draw the 2. So quite the healthy hand size for Nuroff up at top. Most I'm willing to bet he definitely has some good answers for this board, but he doesn't technically have enough as it stands in the back line. So I'm wondering, what can he possibly do to try to maybe push in? Because I'm trying to think, in yellow and blue, when we think about like Victor colors, there's a whole lot of removal options. Do we think there's going to be similar kind of cards for the LeBlanc, or have they chosen to play a little bit of a different strategy perhaps?
I mean, with the amount of card draw, I would assume you have to have a lot of removal. Now, you and I, obviously, we have access to the deck list, but we don't know what's in hand right now. And the main problem I see is with the removal, everything costs, you know, it's a 2-1 or anything like that. I would assume you're still waiting for a larger amount of runes to come out, but we do have Shadow's Call coming in, calling out to choose a friendly unit without temporary, and you give it temporary to draw once again. So yeah, this is the buildup. I assume there's going to be removal at the current moment, though. I don't think Nuroff is drawing or has enough runes to fully power through and kind of lock out a battlefield because of the stack right now.
You know, and speaking of the card you just mentioned, Shadow Calls, I'm seeing the synergy here. You give something that's a bit more of a sacrificial unit, like an Honest Broker, the temporary status condition, and then you draw 2 on top of that. So you get the gold, you get the draw 2. So LeBlanc seems to be one of those legends that just keeps on having a really strong card advantage throughout the remaining of this battle. And we see it's paying off quite well, has 4 runes remaining to work with, but so far not looking like he can most likely take down that Cannon-like Sanctum. Fortunately, though, he is ahead on point tempo, nonetheless, so feels good about that. Taps a couple runes, thinking about his
undoes.
turn.
he undid it. He's like, he tapped 2 and then immediately swapped back. He's like, hold on. But that does kind of signal, I think, that there is unit removal here when you saw that. Now, that might be reading a bit too deep into it. But when you watch a 2-tap go down, that's usually the cost of, you know, a single unit removal in there. So I wonder if in Loner's eyes, you're like, Okay, that is what you're running. You are running some sort of unit removal. You're looking at a way to kind of cut down and wither around, and that might be what we're looking at. Signature spell coming in here, mirror image. You play a reflection token to your base. It becomes a copy of a unit, and then you give it temporary, which is going to allow another LeBlanc to be on the battlefield, and you're going to use that to draw 2 more at the beginning of your turn. Or no, you're swinging in with the assault on top, which means that it is a total of 6, and you are able to clear the battlefield without any major unit removal spells. It is a 2 push out just with that mirror image. Very well done from Newroff.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. That mirror image, the signature spell from LeBlanc, paying off quite handsomely. It looks like the reflections tokens in ready, as we just saw, so he was able to push on through that battlefield. Didn't get to conquer cores, but nonetheless did get to clear the entire board, making it just that much more manageable going forward. But the springs down below did stay on the back end, so he goes ahead and conquers, tying things up 3-3. Looks at the top 2 for Cannon like Sanctum, but Orbital, I'm a little bit nervous for our XPE player. Just looking at the sheer hand size, 9-4, that's a big advantage. Even if you have really good cards in these last remaining 4, I feel LeBlanc might be just ever so slightly inching ahead just on resource advantage alone.
Well, I'd 100% agree. A big reason is you actually cut a lot of the Master Yi XP grind out. A big thing that I was mentioning is for Master Yi, you want to bump up to like, you're trying to chase double digits as soon as possible, right? We're already 3 rounds in, and for Master Yi, you got cut off at 7. And you mentioned that 6 being the starting point. You quite literally just hit the starting point, and you already lost your 2 to 3 XP gains, which now you're stuck on only 1 XP gain, right? Herald of the Spring, only hunt 1. You do not get extra on unless you're playing another Herald of the Spring. So it takes a little bit more time. I'm also just waiting to see when the Master Yi Tempered comes out to play, if you feel like you need it, because that would also be an XP gain as well. But I will say, fan favorite, Scuttle Crab came out in the base, and I love that. So many people love it. It's a 2 cost, 0 might, but you got to go ahead and force a reveal, and it gets silly. There is the Master Yi also over to Candlelit Sanctum, so chosen champion headed on out.
That's right, goes ahead and plays it directly on the battlefield to try to benefit from that hunt too, because it does trigger on the hold, and LeBlanc did have to sacrifice a good amount of units on that previous turn. So we'll see if she was able to crack the previous battlefield, but can she crack this one with 1 energy still remaining for the XPE? I'm nervous it could be something like the good old set 2 punch first, but goes off and plays a newer card I don't believe I've seen before. The Ruin Rex is just a death nail deal 4 to an enemy unit. Okay, so that is a lot of XP being occurred for Master Yi. That's a total of 3 XP going up to 10, and just 1 away from every single unit entering ready. You know, we were given the slight upper hand over to LeBlanc, but a bit of a slower turn for her as XP manages to get up to 5 points and just 1 more turn away from really going crazy. The only thing kind of slowing him down is the fact that we mentioned before, he is running a little bit lower on that hand department. So we'll see if this is a turn for LeBlanc to try to stabilize and get a bit of that edge back that he had earlier in this game.
Ooh. Oh, I love that call. I didn't know you had it, Karthus.
Oh,
I love that idea. Okay. So this is a huge one as well. By the way, I wanted to point out, I've seen some discourse about Ruined Rex, and thanks to a lot of the clarifications recently, Ruined Rex was looking like one of the biggest winners in the Unleashed world, because it's a 6+ if Death Knell effects in combat. It would have been 10 total. You could have board wiped with 10 might for like a 6/1 cost, right? They did change it, so Death Knell affects after major combat, I believe. And so it's a 6, then heal, and then 4 afterwards. But I just want to point that out. Very, very interesting to see. But the Karthus with the Death Knell additional trigger means if Ruined Rex fights anywhere, you're dropping 8 damage after the battle. That is crazy.
It is insane. Luckily, Scuttle Crab only has 0 might, so the stun just goes ahead and sets him back. So having a trouble kind of triggering that Death Knell trigger, because you're absolutely right. If you went ahead and triggered the Death Knell, that's 8 damage for a piece to 2 different cards on these battlefields. Or I don't even know if it's truly limited to a battlefield. No, it just says enemy unit. So we see the synergy he was cooking, but didn't really pay off. He was looking for the simple conquer, but the backing off the shark, and now forcing LeBlanc to kind of slow the game down, just develop out a little soaring scout. And here it is, Orbital Master Yi has hit full potential, up at 13 XP, has plenty to work with, and up to 7. I think he's looking primed to close out game number 1, because 7-3 is a bit of a deficit.
It's only a little, and there's another part to this as well. You're talking about Loner in this kind of situation, and I want to draw attention to the sheer difference in utility that they currently have. So in card number, right, New Roth is winning. You're looking at about 8 to 9 cards in hand, which is huge. But look at your amount of energy that you have. You only have 7 with with already 4 tapped. You swing it over to Loner. Loner has 5 cards in hand, but 11 energy to work with. That is a ridiculous number to basically drop any high cost spell swing that you wish, and you're also stacking your battlefield a little bit more as well. I love what we're seeing from Loner right now, and New Roth with all these units and now 9 runes. You gotta get a board sweep. You gotta take out not only the base, but these holds as well. Like, you can't just conquer. You gotta start removing some of these units.
Yeah, I like that as well. And we see, I believe LeBlanc will be discarding a card to potentially make a reflection token of the Ruin Rex, and that's gonna be, oh my goodness, if he finds a way. I believe he played the card, I think it's Strike Down, the one that you can sacrifice a unit, or sacrifice, is literally called sacrifice. You're able to kill your own shark, and then you trigger the card's effect. But if he somehow finds a way of killing both of these sharks, that's 16 total damage coming down, 2 apiece for each shark. That should be a full effective board clear. So maybe there's a little glimmer of hope for our LeBlanc player. A Scuttle Crab looks at the hand as he Death Knell, and that's 2 sacrifices. He has the way of taking care of these sharks. I think there's a world where LeBlanc might have just stabilized on this turn, unless there's something like a not so fast, because that does counter a unit's ability as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you're running it at that much. I mean, a lot of your deck coming out from a Master Yi, I believe, is very focused on being able to draw, being able to kind of run it up. But your main removal type is Alpha Strike, right? Signature spell coming in. If it's drawn, you can choose a friendly unit, and it deals damage equal to its might split among enemy units at battlefields. Then for each unit it kills, do this, gain 1 XP and all that. But that's not enough to clear the board either. So now we're seeing that push in, as you were mentioning, huge win coming out here. We're now getting a face breaker on push plus a hidden blade. So this is kind of that all in that you were just mentioning. Plus New Roth trying to take out those bases, trying to take out
I think you have the
opening
cards,
opportunities. Yes, I apologize. I thought those were played. I'm so sorry.
Pretend we didn't say that for the viewers at home, but those two are indeed.
You didn't hear Jack.
Hidden.
You didn't hear Jack.
Yeah, no one heard anything, but nice little hidden cards on the side of LeBlanc. So getting prepared for the final push from XPE. He has a whole lot of runes like you mentioned, but now I think LeBlanc has set up quite the fortress, not only on one of the battlefields, but on both battlefields. And oh man, with the Karthus in the back line, I think this might just be the most explosive turn of Riftbound we have seen in a very long time, if not ever. I don't think I recall a time where we see this much damage doubled up. 3 sharks. Oh my goodness, I am excited to see what comes out of this turn. But XPE trying to get it together, trying to put the puzzle pieces together and say, how can I possibly maybe overcome at least one of these battlefields and then just try to hold for victory, because you're just 1 more point away from winning. So you just need to hold, but that's just looking like a really tough position that LeBlanc has put him in. But of course, there's 5 cards left in hand. So let's see. You mentioned a great card, the Alpha Strike could do a little bit, but it's almost like a double-edged sword, because when you clear these sharks, that's a whole lot of damage coming your way as well. So I think LeBlanc, despite being so behind on points, might have this one locked away just on this board state alone.
Yeah, I I actually don't foresee any major spells coming out from Loner side because I think Master Yi's build is primarily based on unit might instead of removals, right? You're looking at body versus calm. They generally don't have a lot of spell removal unless you're swinging with like Facebreaker or trying to bring a lot of, or not Facebreaker, but bringing units to clash. So it definitely is one of the rougher situations. So for Newroff, I think you're very happy because you already know there is going to be a removal of some sort. That Ruined Rex over there on Candlelit Sanctum will be kind of shoving their way in. It will explode on turn. So for Loner, you know that you're going to lose at least 2 of these units, it feels like. Like, things are going to go drastically wrong, which is why we're seeing the Gromp push in on the other side.
Yeah, keep in mind though, he is attacking, so the Forbidden Waste won't be applied, so he doesn't get the -2. And the Facebreaker does come down, so stun on the Soaring Scout, stun on the Gronk, and that will go ahead and kill the Gromp, but it's 6 to... Actually, no, he's not doing any damage, so everything lives, and that's 1 battlefield defended, 2 units left in the back line. But one thing, of course, I do want to point out, everything he plays for here on out does enter ready, so even if these units die, he possibly has some other units in hand. So I don't hate this playstyle of just like little by little sending in your units, trying to clear as much as you can. Because like we pointed out before, all he needs is a single point. Can he go ahead and try to gain that 1 point? That is the tricky part, because we saw the hand of Karthus. He has those reaction speed sacrifice that at any moment can go ahead and trigger not once but twice, thanks to Karthus in the back on one of these Ruined Wrecks. So it's a tough spot.
Yeah, I will say I'm wondering where there is a singular card that I think pulls the Master Yi build altogether, which I'll talk about if we see it. If not, I might mention it, towards the end here. There is one card that just feels like the big dog for Loner in this buildup. A lot of the triggers come at 16 XP for that card, but we're not seeing it here. You're only at 13. So for Loner, it's not just a fight for that last point. It's a fight to try and get some sort of extra XP just in case, but it does feel like his hand strength is extremely weak now. You're looking at that. You've had 5 cards for a while. You've had 12 runes up for a while as well. Loner it feels like you're working on exhaust right now, and it feels so bad for them here.
So yeah, I don't blame him for taking his time, trying to think very carefully what can get him out of this position, because he was feeling good. He was feeling in control just a couple turns ago, but these Ruined Wrecks, I didn't even know that was a card in set 3, but I'm so happy Newroff has brought it to our attention. It's nice. It's definitely nice. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So the only reason I know about it is I was looking through Unleash, and I'm very much learning. I'm never one that's knowledgeable in terms of how cards interact, but this is one of those cards that you've seen a lot of the big ticket, like Elder Dragon and things like that. Big ticket units, Ruined Rex was being seen as that kind of answer, because you can just drop 4 damage from anywhere. So it was a very interesting card that had a lot of different, I want to say, requests coming up about, is it going to be as useful as it seems? As we see the swing in, though, onto the Forbidden Waste. Let's see if this works.
Let's see if it does pay dividends. So going in with, I believe, 10 total might versus the 6, because the Soaring Scout is effectively stunned for the remaining of this turn. So that does 6 damage. Funny enough, when the shark dies, it clears the board regardless. So you're not going to be able to conquer this. But as long as you clear the board, I think that is the main idea. XPE down below is thinking, is trying to clear the board and then just sending everything you can with one of your ready units, but sacrifices on the left hand side to do 8 damage. Oh, I see what he's thinking.
Yeah, you go ahead, you drop 4, you just drop 4 damage on the other side as well, and now this is that board clear that you were talking about. Damage 6 in, and you go ahead and draw 2. You might even have some more. Now you have 2 runes on the ready to activate. I like the play so far.
Yeah, draw 2 and then deal 8 damage. So one of these units will be going straight to the trash and just leaving behind 5 to the 6. So effectively defending one more time. Newroff little by little setting up a double hold turn on this very next turn. He does have 12 runes. He might have that other Master Yi champion in hand, but even that with the sacrifice already in hand as well, it doesn't feel too fruitful to play out. So we will see, like we keep going back to, I think this is New Rob's game to lose because Master Yi just can't crack this board so far.
No. Even with that other Master Yi champion in hand, it wouldn't be enough. I have to draw your eyes back to the Karthus back there. I did not expect it to be that strong, but because of the card draw, because of having the Rune Rex and, you know, the extra temporary tokens, this is an OP board state, let's be honest. Because even if Loner is able to draw some sort of unit, which at this point you're flat out of it, you take a look at the board state, it's empty, right? Like, he got nothing. The fact that Nurov has a way to essentially force you to lose your unit as well, no matter what, you're never gonna hold a unit on the battlefield, right? Like, it's just not gonna happen. Nurov is essentially saying, no matter what, the cost is too high for you. Like, you have to swing in with what, like 11 might unit if you just want to survive. It's crazy.
It is crazy, and we're seeing exactly why a lot of people are considering LeBlanc as one of the better legends coming into set 3 Unleashed.
Yeah.
And we're seeing such fantastic synergy, as you point out, the Karthus, the Rex, the champion that draws 2, the reflection tokens with the signature spell. We get a ready Gromp getting played out, going in at 6, but we
he's just trying to clear the battlefield, man. He's trying his hardest.
You know, and I can respect this because it's either you're gonna, if he does a similar play as he did before, like the sacrifice / hidden blade on the opposing shark, you lose one of your battlefields. If you let this one go, you lose this battlefield. But I think it's a 1-for-1 trade, is it not? Because you do the 6 damage.
No.
Oh, -2.
So this is what I was talking about, I believe, from before. Okay, it is. I thought for some reason Death Knell affected after showdown damage is fixed, right? So that's what I was thinking. I guess not.
I know exactly what you're saying. Like you assume it was before, or I should say after the cleanup happened, right?
Yeah. Am I?
No, I think with the newer rules, I believe it came down that it's still in the same combat.
Ah, okay. That makes
more
sense. That makes a lot more.
The Arachnoid Horror, hunt 2 to gain 2 XP. Not that he needs any more XP, but more importantly, friendly units can't be played to an occupied battlefield if an enemy unit is alone there. So let me read that again. I can be played to so a little bit like Deathbloom. I can be played to an occupied battlefield if an enemy unit is alone there. So not exactly like Deathbloom Predator, but similar. But the hidden blade, a final little hoorah spell. Is there a defy though? A nice little cheeky counter play is the only saving grace, and that is a negative. So going straight to the trash and passing it over most likely, as he only has a rune, and Nurov little by little, as we predicted, is stabilizing in this game.
But not just stabilizing, continuing to build up that kind of defensive position of, I have a cannon aimed at any unit you decide to play out here. Remember, anytime that there is a play, which now you can double conquer and Nurov up at 6, that temporary Rune Rex over there on Candlelit Sanctum is literally a loaded cannon. Because at this point, you're assuming that Nurov has some sort of own kill. No, dude.
Another one. Oh my goodness. That triples up. So each Ruined Rex will be applying 12 total damage. This is broken, Orbital.
It's so mean, dude. That's so mean. A 12-shot cannon aimed at everyone. You bring out the skull. I feel so bad.
Yeah.
You're level 18 taking out a Scuttle Crab, by the way. That's exactly what's bearing down right now. That is a shell shock. Like, Nurov drew, granted it's part of it, but Nurov drew everything that he could have wanted in this game 1.
Right, firing on every single cylinder. It looks like he put everything down that the deck is supposed to do, and I absolutely love this synergy coming out from LeBlanc. And I see, as I said before, exactly why LeBlanc is one of the bigger contenders in Unleashed. So let's see if he has anything. I mean, Scuttle Crab is just swinging in for once, so it doesn't truly have to do anything. I think this is more so for information, but the Death Grip, just a little bit more salt on the wound.
Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's mean.
I think we should just concede, move on to game 2. But I can't blame him because
Yeah,
this is a new meta. So I can't blame him for trying to get more information out of the newer deck, the new cards. So
sure.
maybe just playing it out to kind of bait out more cards that he has to maybe play around in the next game or two.
Well, at the same time, I think what we were looking at there is you, as a Scuttle Crab, you could have taken out Karthus there, right? Originally, but with that last, it's gone. It's a done, foregone conclusion. Well done. You can see the cards in hand here. So like we were thinking, it's a lot of removal
Right.
in the hand right now, which Scuttle Crab, of course, showing their Cold a Week still available. That's all 3 Cold a Weeks, which means you can drop so much damage for free on this opponent, which is brutal.
Yeah, and Call of the Week being even more important in this new meta because there's a couple cards now that are become untargetable. There's cards that enable other cards to become untargetable. So Call of the Week, quite the more effective removal. Of course, it's your opponent choosing, but it's one of the few cards that actually gets around those deflect, or not deflect triggers, but the untargetable like the Ruin Runner / Camels of the world. But here he goes trying to do something out of nothing but an explosive cannon, as you mentioned, coming in. Ruin Rexia sacrifice,
So
8 total
overkill,
damage.
dude. It's so overkill. I guess it's only 8 now. It's not the 12 that we saw earlier. It's still mean to watch, man.
Yeah,
I don't know. Seeing something blow up like that in your face is just like, come on, man. Like, I already knew I was gonna lose it, but
right, just feeling like he's out of options, not feeling too comfortable in this predicament. Granted, if this was a little bit later on in the set, he probably would have conceded, but I think he's holding on strictly for the simple fact of trying to see exactly what's left in the deck. Nurov just 13 more cards, so very likely you've seen pretty much the entirety of what he has. I can't imagine there's anything more, but even the glass mixologist, but we finally get the concession. Master Yi has had enough of those Sharknadoes, if you will, coming at his face and goes and concedes. And now we head ourselves to game number 2.
I actually like the Sharknado. That kind of idea in there, just because it's a whirlwind of a tornado. You can basically sweep up anything that you want. When you have the Karthus and the Rune Rex on the battlefield. With Loner, you saw the Inklings in there. It's a very nice start, but I think running into Nuroff with so much board removal, losing out on your XP gain and then not hitting your card draws as hard as possible, it hurts a lot. And I was mentioning this before, but one of the cards that came out in Unleashed as well is the Master Yi Unstoppable, which you have to assume any Master Yi is going to run. It's a 12 cost plus 3 burn, but once you hit levels 3, 6, and 11, the cost drops significantly, all the way down to just like a 6 tap. And then at level 16, you cannot be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. So I'm guessing Loner never hit that point or never drew the card, because that's a 12-mind unit just bearing down. That is what feels like your singular board clearing unit in your deck to kind of win out the game there.
Yeah, maybe just one of those winning pieces that he wasn't fortunate to draw. And we're seeing a battlefield we didn't get to see too often in the previous metas. The Rekners, or I believe the Rekners Arena, your hold effects here. No, when you hold here, activate your conquer effects again. So it's a double whammy on these hunt, right? So when you conquer, you trigger hunt. When you hold, you trigger hunt. And then for holding, you get your conquer again, triggering hunt one more time. So we're going to see this Master Yi get to that almighty 11 XP much sooner than later. Now, what can we tell us about the other battlefield?
This is a LeBlanc special. It's called Dusk Rose Lab, quite literally built for kind of the situation. I feel like at the start of your beginning phase, you may kill a unit you control here to draw 1, which works very well for LeBlanc, because now you essentially give every unit temporary. You can choose to just murk one of your own units, force that death knell effect, and get things moving from there.
Yeah, and we saw the cards that don't mind going down. Things like the Honest Broker. Things of the time, I mean, the one that probably doesn't feel too bad is exactly what we're seeing here. The Chosen Champion, the LeBlanc. When she goes down, she draws 2. And this just straight up kills, right? As you said, you may kill. So it doesn't just kill temporary. So you draw 1. And in this situation, you're looking at drawing a potential 3 cards if you
Yep.
sacrifice the
Yep.
LeBlanc champion. So not too shabby if I do say so myself. So having plenty of cards to work with in this game number 2 is exactly a very similar strategy, and maybe just a strategy of LeBlanc in general, but similar strategy as we saw in game number 1 that he did so well.
Yeah, and this is. I'm not gonna lie. The more I look at this LeBlanc deck, the more it feels like like a called shot style of buildup. Maybe not as excessive, but you can see where the card draw is coming in for almost
Oh yeah.
little to no value being tossed back. You can see these reflection tokens constantly being tossed, constantly being removed, and you're just able to have a hand that expands so far. And so for Loner now, if you remember Newroff in game 1, we saw the very quick removal. I was wondering if Loner was going to try and do the exact same, try and cut a lot of that build up out of the way, but instead runs over to Reckoner's Arena, trying to conquer very quickly. And you are able to, which means I think, oh, it's a hold, not conquer. So up at 3 XP, you're just doing the same thing, kind of playing your own game. It's the farming Master Yi in the jungle once again.
Mm-hmm. Just slow and steady, trying to get ever so slightly higher up on that XP department. And he should be, as we pointed out before, be able to get there a whole lot quicker than he did in that game 1. So taps 4, develops out the other XP Yi, but in the champion form. And let's do some quick maths here. How much XP is he setting up to potentially gain on the next turn? If both of these units survive, that's a hunt 1, hunt 2. So that's 3 for the hold, and then another 3 for the Reckoner's Arena. That's already 9 XP, and I believe the 3rd turn for Master Yi. That is impressive work for him.
That's what we were talking about, though, right? You're trying to hit that like 12, hit that double digit as soon as possible. Remember, last time Loner, it took I think like 5 turns to break through. New Roth was able to stop it at about 7. So if there is no response, if you don't have the kill threat, or you're not willing to sacrifice your tempo for New Roth, because I'm sure at this point we know you have some removal. There it is. So you are going to go ahead and remove one, and just drop one with that hidden blade. And it looks like you're actually doing that. I think, I wonder where you're targeting. Or is that a... Oh, that was a discard, I believe. I do apologize. So,
I believe that was for the hold trigger from the Deceiver, from LeBlanc Deceiver. When you conquer or hold, you may discard one and then ready a reflection, or play a ready reflection token.
Yes. Okay.
So I think he sacrificed...
I could not remember that. I'm so bad at this. My eyes are lost, man.
No, I know exactly what you mean. There's so much going on in set 3, but for those at home, the interaction went, I believe the Dark Rose Lab triggered. He killed Drew 2, so he killed the temporary token, and then on the hold, because it's still the beginning step, he then utilized the legend ability to create another reflection token, which is why this reflection token is ready. And you said it right. That is the nemesis of last game, the Ruin Rex, getting played out onto the base for the first time in game 2. And I'm nervous every time I'm seeing this card now going forward.
I think the big question is, do you have anything different in Loner's hand, right? Loner, you already see the Ruined Rex. So far, it's only 4. It's not the 8 swinging at you the entire time, and it looks like there is going to be a usage of the Zanya's Hourglass hidden earlier, now drop back to be on the safe side, which is a very nice stall counter against the Ruined Rex. Remember, this card was not used in the last game for Loner, so having that extra backup will be very, very nice. You still need a little bit more buffering. That's a lot swinging at you on one battlefield off a single card. You need a bit more safety for your Master Yi and your Herald of the Spring, because if you're able to hold one more time, you're able to, like you said, bounce all the way to, I think, like 15 XP, which would be amazing to sit on, quite honestly.
Right, plenty of XP to work with for the remaining of this game. One thing I do want to point out, even in game 1, I don't believe we saw an opportunity where LeBlanc was completely exhausted out of runes like we're seeing him right now. So if there's a window of opportunity for Master Yi to try to do something and take care of these LeBlancs on that Dusk Road lab, it might be right here. I'm trying to think back. How does Alpha Strike read? Does it kill? Can it kill? Okay, with the Charmers might be one way around this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very quick one. Alpha Strike just deals damage equal to its might split among enemy units at battlefield. So It's at any battlefield, I believe. So you theoretically 100% could have taken a swing, but that's another way to do it at a much lower cost as well. A quick move unit, bring the Master Yi over, swing hard on the 2 LeBlancs, and now they only get to draw 2 instead of draw 7, like we thought they were going to do.
Right, so loving the synergy here. Goes ahead and clears one of the... I was wondering why he cleared the reflection one, but of course the Master Yi has ganking, so ganks onto the other battlefield, taking care of the remaining LeBlanc, and no more draw power. Granted, I feel like he got a lot of use out of those anyways. Up at 8 cards already, has some decent board presence in the back line, but goes ahead and retreats the Herald. What was his name again?
Yeah.
Herald of the Spring.
Herald of Spring.
Right.
Herald of Spring. Hey! Okay. Much more safety coming out this time around. Double Zanyas. It looks like the jungler and your support decide to actually pick up some defensive items against the... Uh-oh.
Let's see. He does have the safety net in the Zhonya's Hourglass, as you were pointing out. Most likely a good sideboard tech versus a whole lot of kill strategies like we're seeing from LeBlanc. So pays the 3 for Karthus, tapping 3 more, and now we have the mirror image. Is that going to be a reflection token to the Ruin Rex, gaining temporary and enters ready? So you can go ahead on the offensive, try to go ahead and push up the rows, and that he does. So 6-6 as it currently stands, unless Master Yi has something to say about it with the last 3 remaining runes. Oh,
nope.
Oh, Zhonya's Hourglass. Okay.
Well, so that's one, yes, but I want you to take a look. Dropped a Karthus already as well. So for New Roth, you have this setup that we saw before. We're already seeing kind of the bearing down of the end, right? Even though the Master Yi, I feel, has a lot more safety in there. Very nice stack. You know, next turn you're gonna have a full weight of, I think, 16 total damage split between 2 coming down at you as well. Nice double conquer with the Watchful Sentry. So New Roth kind of building up, plus a hidden... Loner's already seeing the situation of, I can't really come back from this. All of a sudden you're cut off from your XP gain as well, so you have to be feeling kind of flustered at this point for some sort of combo to deal once again with the Rune Rex Karthus combo.
Right, flustered to say the least. That's 2 temporary Ruin Rex. One could go ahead and get triggered off the lab just to draw 1, or is it draw 1 or draw... Yeah, just to draw 1 and get the Death Knell trigger, double it from Karthus, but then the other temporary one will go ahead just die from the temporary status as well. So that's 16 total damage one more time, staring down that Master Yi. So anything he plays in the back line, he has to be very considerate of what is he affording to lose, because I don't think he should kind of play out any units, but how else do you progress your board state, right? You need to play out some boards, you need to play out something to push these battlefields. So this is tricky. I will say, I think Ruin Rex might just be the MVP of the deck. What do you think?
I would say yes. It's definitely the catalyst. I will say it's the catalyst for the entirety of the deck. I wonder if there's more in there, quite honestly. It feels like the card draw into Rune Rex. I 100% agree. I think it's a winning combo, but there has to be more, right? There has to be more in this deck, unless that's all you're drawing for. The more I talk about it, the more I hate you. Plus, I think it's true. I think that is the winning combo right there. You just draw Rune Rex into a Karthus, and you keep duplicating.
Because, yeah, you could have a whole lot of cards in hand, but Ruin Rex is the one that really controls the board state and controls the pace of the game. But speaking of the card you mentioned before, the champion, the calm champion for Master Yi, makes his first appearance here in our tournament.
So this one is good. However, it's not the prime that I'm looking at. So this singular card, I believe, can overturn everything with Rune Rex. So Rune Rex specifically, in Death Knell, you deal 4 damage to an enemy unit. At level 16, Master Yi, as that's a great stun, lock him down, and that's going to be rough. At level 16, you can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities, and I believe for Rune Rex, you have to choose to deal 4 damage to an enemy unit. It's not just like deal 4 to any, right? So that's a good safekeeping, keeping the Rune Rex alive, because you do want to get that card draw as well. But if Loner is able to hold over here on Reckoner's Arena, we could see that happen. We could see the 16 XP coming out.
So we get a couple things on the stack. The Rose Lab goes triggering, and then the double temporary. So doing 8 damage, deciding anywhere to split them. Because right now, the Mastery in the back line is at 13 total might. And
Yep.
man, you know, speaking of what you were saying before, and
Oh, so good! Oh, what a hold! Is there no response either? Oh, New Route didn't have a response!
Yeah, there's truly no counter capabilities coming out from these order and mind combinations. So the unyielding spirit completely nullifying all 16 damage coming out on that temporary status keyword turn getting applied. So really good stuff. I think there's a world, because I believe it reads for the entire turn, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is, you open up with that and oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. That was a board clear coming out for Newroff, and now you have to okay, that's a good copy, I guess. You're gonna use that to kind of fight back. I appreciate that. I appreciate that right there. But that was huge. Yeah, 100%. You can't use any kind of cheese nullification. But granted, also Newroff only has 3 runes in pocket, so it's like, what are you gonna be able to do, really?
You know, man, mirror image, I just didn't give it his credit because I didn't realize how powerful. I understood it was able to copy your opponent's cards, but you're able to copy them from the base, from the battlefield, anywhere they're at. So not only do you get the synergy from your own battlefield or from your own units like the Ruin Rex, like the Chosen Champion early on, but taking the big bad Master Yi from that base feels so good, especially the simple fact that it enters ready, as we just saw, goes ahead and conquers Reckoner's Arena, going up to his 5th point. And we thought he got a bit punished with the unyielding spirit, but now going up to 6, he doesn't honestly feel all that bad, as he's just 1-2 points away from closing out this game.
He is. So it's going to come down all to 1. And I love that call. Cole the Weak. And you are going to use that to try and kill. Now, the big question is it's not true damage. Oh, so that's one way to get around it as well, because it's not damage, just kill a unit. It still works. Okay.
Yeah, but what doesn't work is the damage applied to that secondary unit. So the Master Yi does stay
100%.
alive.
It's just a cold a week. That's all it is. It's just a cold a week at that point.
Yeah, but imagine if it wasn't. I see exactly what he could be putting down. Granted, it did come at a decently hefty cost, as LeBlanc, even though we're deep into this mid to late game right now, he only has 2 runes to work with so far, but he does seem to have stabilized at least on board. I say that, but the more I think about it, those units are temporary, so he technically only has a single Karthus. If you're able to deal with that card, I think Master Yi actually isn't feeling all that bad, because he's at 14 XP. He could even get 1 more because it's 13 to 12. I believe this card reads Hunt, doesn't it?
No, Master Yi Unstoppable doesn't. We're talking about the other Chosen, so you don't have that Hunt. That's actually what I was looking for as well, but at the current moment, you don't have a great way unless you have another Herald of Spring, maybe, which is a, I think when you play me, it's another +2 XP. From what we see right now on the board, there is no way for this Master Yi to hit level 16 to get that all-important tag of I can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. The idea, I think, for Loner is you are questioning if you just want to swing on the Karthuses right now and just try and eliminate them and conquer that battlefield, because there's no extra fight on the other side. But no, you're willing to fight on the flip.
And
it's a 12 only. What? Oh, I get it.
Yeah,
my brain, I forgot.
13 to 12 because you get the +1 extra for the legend ability, but now the horror coming down, taking both of these battlefields.
Oh, what a grab by Loner.
I think this is it. I think this is where Loner gets back in this race. The simple fact that there's only 4 runes on this very next turn, and he has nothing to his name, no units, no setup, nothing so far, and a double hold should take us to a game 3, but we'll see, of course.
Yeah, but that, I mean, what a save though. Like, I completely forgot that the temporary on the other side did not have that extra might that comes specifically from Wuju Master. You're 100% correct. It was a 13 versus 12, and now you're looking at the board, and I don't think there's I mean, unless we see a unit dropped, Neuroff is just out, right? Like, you're looking at Cold a Week requires a single unit on your side. There's nothing to reflect right now. It looks like you're gonna draw your own, but it's a
Oh, he's
singular
untargetable.
unit.
You're at wait, I think he's untargetable, right? I don't think you can mirror image the Yi because you're at 16 XP.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah. We both went what, and I think Loner called it out as well. So poor Neuroff was like, well, that goes my plan. Game 3, baby.
Yeah, it's untargetable. He did manage to hit the almighty 16 XP. And for those wondering, how did the horror approach the battlefield on the same turn it played? That is the legend ability, as we said before. Once you are at 6 XP, or correction, once you are at 11 XP, every single one of your units in ready, of course. So that's what went down. And over the only thing I will say, during our normal weekly events like this one here today, we don't have any overtime. Maybe I'll cut these guys some slack, a little extra 5 minutes or so. But for an entire game, there's just 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Can these guys go ahead and close out a whole game in that time? Hopefully so. I don't want to end without kind of seeing a full conclusion to this best of 3.
Oh, 100%. Like, this is phenomenal. And I feel it gives us a little bit of a window into what is going down. Because remember, this is our first introduction to the hunt mechanic. There are currently, I think, 3 or 4 other legends, specifically the Rengar, that has a very large hunt mechanic as well. I want to double check that before I say any further, because I made a fool of myself throughout the entirety of today's broadcast. I was still on for another match. I feel bad.
To be honest, Orbital, if we don't know a card, it's very likely that the folks at home honestly don't know the card as well. So we're all learning on the fly. So guys, give us cut some slack for today's event. Maybe the next one or two Unleashed ones.
Yeah. No, sorry. So Rengar is not one of them, but there are other hunt mechanics built into the Unleashed side. So it is fun to see how heavy it applies, if that makes sense, right? We're seeing the breakpoint for a Master Yi. How quickly can you reach, level 6? How quickly can you reach level 9? How quickly can you reach level 11? And it's just almost a race. Like for Loner, it's how much can you build up in 3 turns. For Neuroff, it's how quickly can you get the card draw to either the Rune Vex or just pure elimination of the opponent's side of the battlefield. And it's a very fun interaction of what am I going to focus on for this game.
That's right. And very interesting enough for game 3, it looks like we have no new battlefields. It will be the Hillock or the Windswept Hillock over up top, and then the fortified position to try to go ahead and defend for the XPE down below. But here we go, the final game of our opening round for today's very first Riftbound Unleashed tournament. Will XP climb in a 2-0 from a 1-game deficit back in a 2-0 fashion, or can LeBlanc do a little bit of the flashy stuff she was doing in game number 1? Goes out and plays a Sentry and makes a token out of Sentry and enters ready.
Nice.
Whoa. Talk about starting off hot. That is aggressive.
Yeah, what was that about sentries? I thought sentries were supposed to watch one area, not decide to conquer everything. Like the name doesn't match up in there. But it's well played. Not only that, you also bring out the LeBlanc early here. So, and this is a different LeBlanc, if I'm not mistaken. You actually brought out Everywhere I Won. You had the Chosen Champion on a sideboard? Is that... Am I reading that right?
You could do a sideboard swap. You could sideboard swap the Chosen Champion.
So this changes it.
Ori.
Okay, because this changes it, right? Because now your temporary effects on my battlefield don't trigger.
Yeah, very interesting. So able to hold on to those reflection tokens that much longer, as long as that card stays on the battlefield. Granted, you are tapped out on this turn. If you somehow can apply 4 damage, or there is a backline keyword, a new mechanic out at Unleashed for those that are new to set 3. Backline is pretty much similar to how tank works, but the opposite, right? Tank, you have to take down the unit first. Backline, quite literally, you have to take out the unit last. So everything stays alive. That is a 1-2 punch coming in on the points. 4 points, but first things first. Actually, no. Temporary doesn't gain a point. Of course.
Yeah, it happens before that, but I mean, that's not what we're looking at. We're looking at this, we're looking at the Windswept Hillock right now, which is slowly getting stacked further and further. And as you said, that temporary, you're now sitting on 9 might alone. at this battlefield and you have to take out the Watchful Sentry first. Now you go ahead and shift over the LeBlanc, you conquer that way, and you can keep this up. This rotation is actually beautiful. I
Right.
want to say from New Rough, right? It's just a constant one pickup at the end, and then you can double, like technically double conquer at the end. You just swing over a temporary token. It expires at the end, right? So for Loner, already down in the hole, 0-4, 0 XP. This is by far the worst situation, I think, for a Master Yi ever.
Yeah, I don't think it could get any worse, right? 0 XP, down by 4 points in game number 3. One little thing you
Yeah.
do have going for you, you do have the Grong in the, I believe that's his name. Let me look it up again. The Grump in the back line, and
Yep.
it does swing in at 5. So, oh, actually, no. The Windswept just has 5 total might, but the Grim Resolve trying to get up on the XP department, adding 3. So we'll be swinging in for 8 total might. So with LeBlanc being completely tapped out, wait a minute. Going for the temporary one. What am I missing here? Why didn't he go for the Hillock one?
Does he have a move? Does he have a way to move again? If he has a way to move, to force move a unit again, I think we saw him run it before, right? He had a, did he have a, well, now that's Charm. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, I would have swept Hillock.
Yeah, because
Because
the
that's
one on
that's
the
your main
left was
factory.
temporary.
Yeah. I mean, you have 5, so there could still be some movement in there, but just off rip, I'm very confused about this move.
I could almost understand trying to get set up on the fortified position, but that's a play you do when you're ahead on point tempo, not when you're 3 points
Yeah.
behind. It was 8 to 5 damage, or 8 might to 5 might on the other side of the battlefield, and LeBlanc has nothing to do, even if there was, I mean, there's literally no card that could come down to increase the might on that battlefield. The only thing I could say, denying him the +1 draw, but I would much rather give him the draw. But here we go. He looks like he had a game plan all along.
Okay.
Swinging in with the Scuttle Crab. Does he have to? Oh, he doesn't. Okay, interesting. Let's see what he has. There has to be some kind of
Yeah.
method to the madness, because he was playing clean this whole time.
Well, he does have 6 as well. I think he hit that afterwards, though, so he isn't able to take out the Watch for Century. I'm gonna be honest. Plus, I don't know what he's thinking because he took a look at the hand, right? And again, right now, New Roth is tapped out. 0-5 for the Rune Power. So Loner has the ability to. He's got to have a way to move. He's got to have a way to move over. He was looking at a double conquer. He started off to get that extra might, I wonder, in there. The extra +1. You're gonna play a Scuttle out, and you're going to draw 1 again.
I believe it could have potentially been effectively a very similar story, because the LeBlanc, as chat pointed out, does see herself. So even though she had temporary, she wouldn't be going down because she sees herself in that key, in the fact that no temporary resolves in this turn while I'm on a battlefield. Or let me see if it does say at a battlefield. Yeah, effects at my battlefield, so including herself. So it's either you conquer just one of these battlefields, either the fortified position or the windswept hillock. I guess prioritizing the fortified position just to crack it earlier before it gets a little bit carried away. But now let's see if he goes ahead and makes use of the ganking abilities on this windswept. To be fair, there's quite a big fortress setting up on fortified position, so I think this is a hold at the minimum for Master Yi. But if both of these players play hold for hold, 4-2, 5-2, or 5, or you guys know what I'm trying to say, LeBlanc will be pulling out ahead on that hold game. So I don't think he has to be too aggressive here, as all the aggression was nice and early on.
Yeah, I can see that now, I guess. I don't know. It looked funny to us, I guess, is the best way to put it. Rune Rex in the backline as well. We can see Newroff kind of setting up that powerhouse cannon in the backside. If you draw a card this, you can pretty much secure the fact that you are going to see Loner lose a unit here and there, so that win style could come through. Granted, we saw the counter coming in, which was wild. If it's held by Loner, that's a huge key. But here comes Mirror Image once more. You go ahead and bring out an extra signature spell, which has worked so well. We'll bring out the Mirror Image, copy out that Rune Rex once more, give it some temporary love, and set yourselves up for a pretty big swing if you wish.
Let's see if he goes ahead and plays something like a Karthus. I can't recall from the Scuttle Crab if he did have a Karthus in hand, but it looks like he goes ahead and ganks over, sensing the temporary Ruin Runner, or the Ruin Rex rather, into the fortified position on top of the Sentry. So swinging in for 11 total might. There's 5, 6, 7, 8 total might. So I think this is definitely enough to do so. But actually, Master Yi is +1, so add 2 more on top of that. But you still looking good to go ahead and hold.
Yeah, and it looks like that's a clear of the 2 on the end. LeBlanc will stay alive, obviously, because of backline. That was 6.
I think it was 11
so
to 10.
Okay, so there we go. There's the finish. Yep, good clear coming in from Newroff. Sitting on 5.
Yeah, and we're seeing the huge interaction coming in from back line. Usually you would want to kill the more high value target, but because you have to apply the damage last, she's able to stay alive over the Sentry. Not only you get the draw, but you're able to keep a high value target alive, as we mentioned before. Scuttle Crab looking at the hand, so look at that. He did have the Karthus. Might even go ahead and elect to play it out this turn, but I wouldn't blame him to just kind of play things a little bit slower. Maybe leave up the sacrifice in case you have to go ahead and use it on the Ruin Rex, but discards a card for the Conqueror and just plays out another Chosen Champion. This is getting out of hand very quickly for Master Yi.
Yeah, I almost wonder if you would have wanted to toss the Rune Rex over there on the other side and just willing to double conquer at that point. Granted, you have the temporary, you'll be able to shift it over later. So you're assuming if Loner cannot output any sort of unit right now, which your best bet would be the Master Yi, but even then, it's not really going to give anything because you don't have the ready. You're only sitting on 7 XP. The downside of the Master Yi deck right now, kind of rearing its head, if you don't get early XP generated, your deck really falls flat. You aren't able to generate those ready pieces. You aren't able to contend with the mid game of, you know, watching these kind of units funnel over and over again.
I totally agree, especially when we're talking about the impressive, explosive start that the LeBlanc had. The Sentry into the reflection to the ganking. I never thought of that synergy, so I'm so happy to see it here on this very opening round of today's event. And Master Yi has seen enough. He says, okay, it's 6-1. We have about a minute left in the round. That is all for me. I'll try to get it together for the remaining of this event. But LeBlanc showing off quite an interesting and awesome performance. I was impressed. How'd you find that round, Orbital?
I felt it to be 100% one of the big winners. As I mentioned, we have a lot of Master Yis coming in here. So I am curious if they're going to run into the same issue of maybe not being able to conquer as neatly as they would have liked. But the LeBlanc, for what it was, had so many outs, I have to say. This felt very... It felt very stable is the best way to put it. You know, we talked about the Karthus and the Rune Rex combination being one of its win functions. The other function of being able to have, you know, temporary reflection tokens constantly generated and being able to take over if the opponent plays slow. The deck feels like it has so many outs for so little cost, considering Newroff was also able to play under 6 energy, I want to say throughout the entirety of most of the games and still look very strong. That scares me beyond belief.
Yeah, terrifying, right? But yeah, I love it. And Nura, funny enough, is in chat saying the deck name is Cocodrilo Bomberito. Italian for like crocodile bomb, something along those lines.
It makes sense. It makes sense 100%.
It does. And man, hopefully we see a little bit of more Newroff action coming up in the near future. But for now, we will go on a short little break as we have another round of prep for. As we said in the weeklies, we don't have any overtime, so we're going to go straight into pairings. And let's see what the legends, because someone asked, are only set 3 legends available here? No, you're actually able to play anything from set 1 to set 3. So maybe someone brings in something from the previous set, but with the newer cards and see how those interact with each other. But I think for the feature match, we might try our very best to just stick with the newer legends, as I believe a lot of us are the most excited to check those out. So when we come back, let's see what 2 new set 3 legends. I was already impressed, like what I said, what I saw already. So I am excited. You know, I haven't been this excited for an event maybe since the first set 2 event that I saw. So this is good.
Yeah, this is very, very good. I'm excited. So we'll, I think, go to a short break. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Let's go on a short
All
little
right.
break while we prep the rounds, and then we'll be right back, guys. All right, guys, we are back and looking to get things started with our second round of today's event. You guys got to give us a little bit of credit. We try to do as quick of a break as possible. For those that know of the previous event, they're a little bit longer than that, but hopefully that wasn't too much to wait on us. But now we do have some new set 3 legends in this next round. Orbital, let's tell the players at home, what do we have in store for this next round?
We have my favorite group of champions ever coming in here. You can see in the top left of my screen or top right, whatever you want to say. I am a big fan of one of the very specific Yordles up there. We are getting a double Yordle matchup in the Poppy versus the Vex. The Vex obviously having a champion card, I think from Spirit Forge. I might be wrong on that one, but Unleash now is bringing the Vex Legend to the table. Poppy as a legend as well will be played out, another XP grind. So I'll be very, very interested to see how this matchup goes. Vex was one of my most anticipated deck buildups for this set, and I was very interested to see how well it's going to go.
Yeah, let's see. You made a good observation. If this is going to be the more late game variant of Poppy, those things like a Dazzling Aurora Poppy, it might just tend to favor that Yordle, of course, because the late gamer Vex has known to be more of a slow and steady type legend because she tends to just try to go on the hold, more of a defensive game plan, and
Yep.
that just leads to go ahead and earning points one by one by one, which makes Dazzling Aurora just that much more effective because you will be getting into that late game, and that late game tends to be a good advantage for Aurora decks. But Poppy's a little different. We've never really seen exactly a Poppy Dazzling Aurora when we don't know for a fact if it is an Aurora. And guys, we're seeing a quick little disconnect. Hopefully these guys get back into the game because I was just about to throw us over to round 2. But as soon as these guys get their mulligans together, we'll hop into it. Or maybe we could hop in there now while we talk a little bit about it more. But let's go ahead
Yeah.
and start things off for the
Oh,
second round.
I think they're good, but I just want to point out, Excel saying when did 1010 turn into a LOL TCG? That is a wild call, but very, very valid with how some of these units look like. Taking a look at, I just had to point that out. That was a really funny statement. Taking a look at Poppy. So you were talking about, how does Poppy work with the Dazzling Aurora? Well, number one, I feel like Poppy works best just based off of what the Legend and the Champion does when the opponent is closer to winning. So it actually kind of gives a little bit of space for the opponent to gather victory points and then work your way forward. Very specifically, the Legend ability, when you hold, gain 1 XP, and then you can spend 3 XP to draw 1. And then the Champion Poppy, when you play me, if the opponent scores within 3 points of the victory score, ready me and gain 3 XP. So a lot of these triggers come when the opponent is doing a little bit better or closer to that victory. So it's an acceleration at, say, the end of the game.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. And both of these legends literally work very similar to each other as they both have to exhaust to make use of their legend ability. One gaining XP, one getting
Yep.
card draw. But this looks to be the case as that later game Poppy variant with the Aspirant Climb to start us off in this game number 1. And wow, over to those pretty set 3 runes. Are you hoping to pull a couple of those come set 3?
I am if I ever actually have money to spend. I'm currently
Right.
a broke little caster, and I will never ever really have money to pull. But they look gorgeous. I think all of them. I think the Chaos specifically is one of my favorites.
Right, the biggest takeaway for this Vex deck is this unit right here, the Vex Apathetic, and it looks to be the alt version.
Yep.
So he's blinked out because we're online. Maybe one of those that likes to bling out in person as well. But I do want to say that I believe this Vex might be one of the better units that has come into the set 3 meta. And I say set 3
Extremely.
meta, I
Yep.
know it's still super early, but it is just such a powerful card. Every single time a unit is played from your opponent, it enters stun. And not just that, you're locked out for that turn once you play a unit because those units can't even move. Not with a Ride the Wind, not with an Aurelia ability, not with anything. They just strictly can't move on top of being stunned. So really strong as Vex goes ahead and conquers their first point of the game. And we didn't point out, was that Rift Herald already getting played down below?
That is wild. But yes, I believe so. You did a draw 1 with Mobilize, I believe. Uh, how did that get out there?
Well, I think he just hard casted it for 8, right? So pay to power. So he did
Oh,
double
he did, right.
mobilize.
A couple rounds have gone by. You are correct. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, and let me
All right,
refresh
all
my
right.
memory
So,
exactly what Rift Herald does, because I know a lot of folks at home. So when I move to a battlefield, look at the top 3 cards of your main deck. You may reveal one among them and then draw. Or you draw it, of course. And then when you die, you may play a unit from your hand to your base. So really powerful effect, which is why we see this Poppy trying to go into the late game to play out cards just like that. But
oh,
speaking of the late game, this is the late game card, Dazzling Aurora, on
yep.
turn 3 or 4. I think a couple turns have passed, but let's see what he hits off the top here.
Jeez, he's like, hey, there it goes. All right, it's happening already.
And man,
All right, so Elder Dragon is obviously one of the highest priorities, but remember, Elder Dragon, one of the most open. Any amount of damage of your damage is enough to kill enemy units, and when you play me, choose up to 1 enemy unit at each location and deal 1 damage to it. So, because Vex has Deflect, I believe it would cost a little bit more, so you're just going to take 1. But I'm pretty sure Mashallah, I just want to point out, I'm pretty sure Mashallah is running nothing under 5 in terms of some of the unit draw.
I don't believe so, but a nice little interaction we just saw because Elder Dragon does target a friendly unit specifically. I know multiple units, but just a friendly unit period. It is able to get not so fast, and that is exactly what Vex had in mind. And not so fast on the Elder Dragon. There is no better target to not so fast and completely counter out that ability than the big bad dragon, Elder Dragon himself, as we see the signature unit Shadow get played out. So this is what we mentioned before. Slow and steady wins the race for Vex, just trying to hold, not really prioritizing trying to get onto the other battlefield. But as we said, that kind of tends to lean into the game plan of these late game Aurora decks. So sooner than later,
Yep.
I do think Poppy with the double dazzling will be able to crack that board state.
It's back, boys. It's back. It's time. Swing for the money, baby. Harness Dragon when you play me, kill an enemy unit, and that just removed a lot of the stun variation that would have been utilized to cut down a lot of these battles. Another oh god,
Oh man, things are going from
it's
bad
all the way
to
back to
worse
OG, man.
double.
It's just back to OG. I hate this.
Right. Dazzling Aurora making a huge comeback in set 3. Now there's just not one dragon like the Harness Dragon. There's multiple dragons. The Elder Dragon, as we pointed out before, the Rift Herald making things a whole lot more beneficial, hitting them into from the deck, of course. I think you're right. There's nothing under 5. There's probably nothing under 6. This Harness Dragon might be the lowest might unit. And this is just destructive. Whenever you have not 1 but 2 Dazzling Auroras with the deck filled of these insanely high value, high minded creatures, there's very little thing any deck can do. You need some gear removal, and you need it now.
I mean, either that or you're hoping to go back to like a yellow deck like we saw. I would love to watch Mashallah face off against the LeBlanc deck that we saw earlier, right? The LeBlanc having a lot of those card removals, the Cold Week and such. That would be a way to do it without dealing with the Aurora, Dazzling Aurora. But yeah, 100%. You need that gear removal, and I think Choco's already in a position where you're like, dude, I can't really do much. Like, you're looking at Chaos. Chaos has removal and such, but did you draw it? Is there enough time? Like, do you have the ability to do so?
Oh, and just sacrificing the back off just to back off from that battlefield so it doesn't feel that good. You develop out another apathetic, but what good is that really going to be able to do as he hits the base? Not really doing too much, as the ability does apply on a battlefield, plays out a Stellar Corn Herder, and now for the first time in this game number 1, a bit on the back foot. It almost seemed like he was on the back foot since the first Dazzling Aurora drop. But this is him saying, I don't feel confident defending against all those crazy big units. So let's see what I can do the next turn, as he's tying things up 3-3 so far.
And like a double conquer, start getting the points. Remember, Aspirant's Climb, forcing it to a 9-point game instead, giving you a little bit more room to draw. But Mashallah could have done it in 8, considering what you had on hand. Very well done so far. So Mashallah is pretty much set at this point. You're going to constantly draw at least 2. You're always going to have a base to work with. And Choco themselves, you got to bring something up. You got maybe 3 turns left to either board wipe, force those gear removals. Like, you have 3 turns is about all I can say.
Yeah, you might not even have that, honestly. I mean, I
Oh,
guess you do, because you
dang.
do have to get there on the points, but the Rift Herald or the Elder Dragon number 2 coming down, the Hornus Dragon number 3 coming down, and that does hit the
Oh my
back line, so
god.
Apathetic will be going down. Pays 1 for... What did he pay 1 for, actually? Is it Poppy ability?
No, I don't believe so. Poppy's all based on XP, which he has not used, by the way. Mashallah has not used that at
Oh, the
all.
deflect. Right. Thank you, chat.
That was it. Okay. All of us went what? And then you and I went what? Everyone's like, did you not know that? Like, idiots?
And I play Vex, so I should have known that. But for some reason, in the heat of the moment, slipped my mind. But throwing it back over to Vex, thought he had a potential to push these battlefields with a bit of a back line. But that back line completely disappeared in a single turn. And the same cannot be said about the back line for Poppy. I don't think I've ever seen a bigger back line ever in Riftbound. Those dragons are huge.
Yeah, I will say Lemon Juice put out a good question in the Twitch chat. Is Vex just too slow to beat Aurora? And I do not believe so. The reason being is I think Mashallah hit everything that you could have wanted. Not only did you hit the Mobilize 2 early on, you gave yourself some barriers with the Rift Herald, but you also double drew Dazzling Aurora. Like, that is a top draw if I've ever seen one throughout. So for Mashallah, you just got a god start, and it's Choco just trying to kind of build up. They were never even given the opportunity to really play their deck. So this is them playing from behind at like turn 2 or 3.
And we're seeing one of the newest cards, a huge card to try to match that same energy coming out from the Dazzling Aurora Poppy. The Valmal gets played at ambush speed onto the battlefield. So every time you're facing off against any units that are less mighted than you, which 8 is already tall enough, it doesn't apply any combat damage. So the Poppy, or I keep saying Poppy because they're both Yordles, but the Vex Apathetic will be staying alive. So hit it blading your own Rift Herald, allowing you to play a unit from your hand thanks to the Death Note trigger. So Vex will manage to get the conquer here, but it still feels like it was a little bit of an advantage. But the Charm trying to somehow equalize the board state, deny him a hold. But I don't know how beneficial that will truly be. Just looking at the back line, looking at there's 2 dazzling Auroras back there, it looks tough.
Yeah, I really do think Mashallah just drew perfectly at the start. Having that double Aurora means that any setup that Choco tries to put out as well is kind of lost. Now that the stuns are kind of worn off, you're allowed to kind of play the full brute force tactic of the weight. 6 might, 12 might, 8 might, 7 might, all of these will be coming out to the battlefield, which we see here. It is going to be the Elder Dragon number 1. We're looking at like the 45-minute League of Legends game, by the way. You see 2 elders on the battlefield and you're like, okay, this sucks. You know, they have doubled the times of execution. This hurts.
Oh yeah,
so much.
It does not feel good to be back currently. Funny enough, you'd think Valmal was tall enough, will meet the Elder Dragon swinging in for 10 total might, so effective enough to take care of the Valmon, but not there yet to take care of the Apathetic, unless you somehow do prioritize the Apathetic over the Valmon. But I'm probably prioritizing the bigger unit for now, as I have a couple other units in the back line to go ahead and easily clear out the remaining units. So it's looking like a double conquer turn for Poppy, going up to 6, and then the final double hold most likely in the very near future for Poppy, as she's almost all but guaranteed this game number 1 at least.
Yeah, that's a tough clear as well. You're looking at this position of just the Vex and the Vilemall just going bye-bye. No chance whatsoever unless there is a response. You have 2 on the back end. If there's any nullification, which by the way, Vilemall makes sense if you're able to kind of lock out some of the lower end damage. Enemy units here with less might than me don't deal combat damage. That is a very annoying unit to deal with as well. So I would hate. I run low end cost cards myself whenever I play. Like, I just like the low cost units. I think it's funny. I'm a big Poro lover as well, so that might be something there. But yeah, just running up against a Vilemall would suck.
It does. And something I do want to clarify, I completely forgot that Elder Dragon, any kind of damage. For some reason, I thought it was just the ping damage he does when he comes out, or any ping damage you have from your spells, but it also applies to combat damage. So the simple fact that you can apply 8 damage on the Valmal, 2 damage on the Vex, that is actually sufficient enough to take down both of these units on a battlefield, but bring it up to 10. No combat damage applied for this turn.
Wait, hold on. I got a question, and chat might be able to answer it. That pushed Vialma to 10, correct?
I guess it says below me, not equal to me.
Yeah, enemy units here with less might than me.
Okay.
Don't deal combat damage. It only brought it to 10, unless I'm missing a number.
It did 10.
Because it wouldn't combine Vex in there, would it?
No. Is there any lower might than you? So not collective might. So the Valmal was a singular unit, so it was 10 to 10. So combat damage still applied. So they both traded, but the Vex stayed alive. So it is good. And oh my goodness, to make it even worse for this Vex player, we thought one of these gears were already problematic. Introducing the why did I forget the armory, the Vanguard armory, to just go ahead and add some little units. So he's trying to cover all his bases here. They're more late game, but little units, tall units. What can this Poppy not do?
Yeah, apparently oh my god. So remember, almost all the units have already been drawn, so you're recycling the old cycles, by the way, which is why Mashallah drew 19 and finally found someone. That was really funny.
Yeah, I would imagine that. I believe he's running out of units left in the deck, because a lot of Aurora decks that we've seen in the past, they tend to run at most maybe 6, maybe a little bit more than that units in the total deck. This Poppy build, it seems to have a total of about 3 Elder Dragons, 3 Harness Dragons, 3 Rift Herald, which is already more than a lot, specifically the MF Aurora builds. And then they had the army as well, but I think we saw the key components, right? Dragon, Herald, and Harness Dragon. Did we see any other units besides those 3?
I don't really think so. That hurts on more ways than one. That is a crazy way to end the game. Mashallah drew everything that they could possibly wanted. I think that was, I really do want to see, and like you said, Choco wasn't really able to play as much. You can see where the almost stall tactic comes out, right? You can definitely see where things kind of shift around a little bit in terms of Vex and, holding out on a battlefield. So I'm curious if you're able to actually set up. It feels like you have to build your ramparts first for 2 to 3 turns with Vex. I want to see if you're able to do that without seeing a freaking double Aurora on turn 3.
Right, I feel like the tricky part for Vex is trying to go ahead and try to push the pace as fast as you can, somehow not just prioritizing the holding strategy, but trying to develop out some units in the backline so that you can guarantee to double conquer before your opponent gets set up. On top of that, we're really praying as the Vex player to have some sideboard tech for these gears. So do you have these acceptable losses? Do you have things like Adaptatron or Fading Memories? Because all those will be effective of taking down the Dazzling Auroras. You just have to pray you draw it when you need them, of course.
And I love that we have Forgotten Momentum, which is another stall to give time to give Mashallah time to build up. Forgotten Monument. Players can't score here until the 3rd turn. It's just a giant middle finger to scoring at that point, and I love it.
It really is just slowing down the tempo, slowing down the game so that you will reach that inevitable board state that you all so often seem to see with these Dazzling Auroras. And a Forge of the Future. Quite an interesting tech. More so we saw it for the Miracle decks, but ever since the March 31st bans, I don't think we're seeing too much of the Miracle decks thanks to Cawshot getting completely banned. I'm wondering, can you think of any reason why Forge of the Fluff would be decent in this current set 3?
Stalling, at least in this deck specifically. I think it is in set 3, I've seen it possibly run as a
because it more often is played to take units from the trash and put them back in the deck. So trying to prioritize killing things, or not killing, but removing cards that bring back cards from the trash.
Or would it be in case your units get removed because you're only running high costs? If the high costs get removed, you can cycle them back in to search with Aurora.
Exactly. You nailed it perfectly. So it's not just your opponent's units, it's your own units as well. And Dazzling Aurora #1 coming down, targeting the shadow on that battlefield. Looks like he will be playing something like a not so fast to stop the Harness Dragon, saving the shadow for now. But this is exactly what the Vex needed. A double hold, going up to 5, a hold for the Grove, a hold for the Legend ability, 9 cards to 3 cards. There has to be a world where you just keep drawing even more cards, the acceptable losses. But this is another reason
Oh,
why
wait.
Forge of the Fluff is actually beneficial. You actually get to choose it for acceptable losses.
That is the angriest slam of double acceptable losses, by the way. That is the angriest. Like, I'm so done. I'm so done with your crap that I saw last time. Just remove it. Great stop. You have essentially forced Mashallah to hold on. Now, this is that's very fun, by the way.
Persona?
It's just funny to see. I just don't know, but that is a Sona. Okay, so Sona's a new one. No, old one, but ready for friendly rune. Just a better Annie.
Yeah, as long as it's at a battlefield, which is off the back of a shadow, you're more often will be defending that battlefield. So Sona, a really fantastic card in these Vex decks. So I think with every card coming in stun, Call of the Week does get deployed here. Most likely target should be something like that overzealous fan, if you ask me, and he does hit the trash.
Yep.
But keep in mind, guys, every unit that comes down will be coming down stunned and can't move. So we might be witnessing another double hold for the Vex player, meaning just a single point away from taking this game down. I think Vex might be able to get there if this is not another Dazzling Aurora for Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what I was talking about earlier. I really do feel like Mashallah hit the perfect combo in game 1, right? You start things off and you saw that Choco didn't have anything. Now we're feeling the weight of how Choco wants to play. Choco was able to stun out the dragon, which meant the dragon wasn't able to fully play in the turn that it was brought out. Yes, it could kill a unit, but it's not much. And without the Dazzling Aurora, I'm watching this deck from Mashallah just kind of grasp at straws. Remember, when you recycle, it's not shuffle the deck, it's put at the bottom of your deck. So you still have to draw the entire way at the bottom. And now you're looking at Mashallah, who only has 2 cards in hand and 2 big units, which there's a high chance Choco has some removal in there to play with as well. Dragon out to the monument side, looking to just overwhelm if they can. A turn as I think Mashallah was thinking also tossing Rift Herald in.
Yeah, keep in mind the Rift Herald can't move currently because of the apathetic, but Ride the Wind trying to bring Shadow over, and Shadow has that action speed. You can stun a unit that is attacking for 1 energy, 1 power as he goes ahead and plays it, stuns a Harness Dragon. So back to the base he goes, and he still goes for the double hold up to 7 points, little by little over though. I think he's going to be able to get there because there's just a single unit in the back line, and with Vex on a battlefield, anything Poppy plays next turn will be coming in stun, make it double the trouble. They don't double up, but if you clear one, you still have to worry about the other one. But this is a true hold if I ever seen one.
Yeah, we have now seen the exact polar like dynamics of these 2 decks, right? I think that's what we literally just saw here. From Choco's side, complete nullification of anything Mashallah wanted to do. You kill the Dazzling Aurora, you kill the Forge, and you allowed 0 unit draw. Game number 1, we literally saw Mashallah destroy because of unit draw. You deleted almost all the units out there. It is the most, and there it is again. This is apathetic at best. Choco's just like, you don't get to play. I'm sorry. Defied at the back end. You just don't have the draws, and you're praying for an opportunity to drop a heavy-handed fist on someone. But we are looking, I believe the previous game was it 9-2 or 9-1? I don't remember. There's a rebuke. Once again, everything Mashallah is trying to do is being combated by Choco, and it is a perfect game victory. Plus, I don't know in my entire career, either casting or playing, that I've ever seen an 8-0 game win in that fashion.
Right, you know, I can't recall a game where it was literally 0 points on one side to victory 8th score on the other side, but Vex getting it done in this game number 2, pretty much picture perfect, had everything needed off the Grove with the God Willow, allowing him to draw that extra card, and then Vex exhausting, drawing him 3 cards per turn for I believe 3 turns in a row, keeping that card advantage rolling and rolling to where he just had all the outs, all the answers that Poppy could not handle it. And we saw in a world where Dazzling Aurora gets answered pretty much the same turn it came down, Poppy's not that scary, so Vex has the sideboard in there now. Can he do it one more time? Because these are different battlefields, not as crazy card advantage battlefields. And speaking of, are we familiar with the one on the right, the Vex battlefield?
Ooh, no, all I know is I'm not a singer, so I don't want to look at it. Amateur Recital. When you hold here, you may move a unit at a battlefield to its base. It allows you to move units a little bit quicker at the hold, which will be very important for, I want to say anyone, really.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. It works wonders when you're on the battlefield, but I have tend to seen it. If your opponent gets a hold of that battlefield before you, it pretty much counteracts your entire game plan. So it's a very risky card, but here, because it's Dazzling Aurora, I don't think Vex has to worry about getting to that battlefield last. So he does get the Treasure Hunter on there first. So as long as you hold, you get to push one of your enemy units back off from the battlefield, allowing you to more easily conquer the other battlefield. So it's a way of kind of effectively getting some tempo back in your court. And we'll see if it kind of pays off in this game number 3 as Vex is trying to do the unthinkable, especially off that game number 1. No one could have expected a bit of a comeback from this Vex, but he's doing well so far.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's doing very, very well. And the fact that you had that recent, I mean, you can even see in Choco's face kind of like, dude, that game 2 was good. Let's roll into game 3 here. Already drawing the Sona means you have so much reactionary payment to throw down against Mashallah, who is still looking like an empty battlefield. You now ready 4 runes, which is all you need. You can fight against whatever Mashallah is about to throw down here, if it's going to be some of the reactionaries. But that's an 8 cost turn plus a handout, so you drop that Rift Herald once again, looking to try and be that brutal draw deck as well, if you're able to get on to one or the other.
Yeah, so we'll see. Sona does manage to hold up to 2. The trigger won't be applying as there's nothing on the battlefield from your opponent. So retreats the Treasure Hunter, develops out another one. And, oh, what am I talking about? You use it on your own ability or use it on your own unit so that you return to base in the ready position, allowing you to push that unit and conquer up to 3. Brilliant plays, brilliant use of that, I believe. What was the name of it? Amateur Recital Battlefield. I love it.
Yeah, now here's the problem. That Treasure Hunter will not be able to generate any more gold tokens because you cannot move from Vile Ma's lair into your base. I believe you have to be forced out of some sort, but you're able to generate 2, which is not bad. Very, very nice. On the flip, you're looking at full stacking over on Amateur Recital, which is going to be your bread and butter. It feels like for Choco in this position.
It is, but granted, I believe Treasure Hunter has done his duty. 2 gold tokens
100%.
Never feels too bad. And on top of that, that was a double conquer turn, or not double conquer turn, but 2 conquers for that card. Not feeling too shabby. So it does feel like it's okay to go ahead and sacrifice it. What's better than 2 conquers? You want the greedy hold. You need the greedy hold when you're playing against the likes of Aurora. So Rebuke getting played out to bring back that Rift Herald. He's saying you could either deny. Oh, the sacrifice. Okay.
Okay. Decided against doing much else. So that is a sacrifice play by Mashallah specifically, which is huge. I want to say from Choco being able to hold, but this looks like it's another big turn coming out from Mashallah. Floating 4 to hard drop a dragon here.
I believe from the Rift Herald Death Knell ability it might have been dropped. Or let me read it one more time. Yeah, you could just play a unit. Ignore. So I believe the Rift Herald died from the sacrifice and then played out the Elder Dragon. And then, of course, huge. Elder Dragon ability does proc, killing 2 units there. So not too bad, but I'm wondering, what is he floating all those runes for?
More mobilizes. I think you're trying to draw for. I think you're trying to get more energy costs because I have a feeling he just like hard drew a bunch of high costs and he couldn't get the Dazzling Aurora. So I wonder if he's trying to bulk up and just grab that Dazzling Aurora because he's very low. First time, by the way, that we're seeing the Poppy. By the way, a lot of people were calling this out. We haven't seen Poppy over 2 to 3 games. Barely seen its effects either. It's been cosmetic for a majority of the series.
You're absolutely right. That has been a vanilla legend, no XP game whatsoever. But I guess the Poppy gets its value from the color combination, having the ability to have order cards like Sacrifice, having the ability to have body cards like Dazzling Aurora, the Elder Dragon seems to be quite a powerful domain combination. So I think Poppy in this variant still shining very brightly despite not really doing anything with XP. But maybe that's just the case for Poppy. We'll see. Maybe there's a world where Poppy makes a comeback, and not a comeback, but it kind of shows us what they can do with the XP build.
Well, I mean, okay, let's be honest. The XP build doesn't do that much for her, right? Like the whole reason that you have that, you can see the champion Poppy. When you play me, if an opponent scores within 3 of the victory score, ready me and gain 3 XP. That's what it's currently at. The only thing the XP can do is draw an extra card. Like it's one of the most like I feel most underwhelming XP uses out there. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Doesn't feel that good. 3 XP, might as well just say for 1 XP, but for 3 XP, not feeling all that great, but trying to set up a double hold turn. But just an overzealous fan with a single energy. That overzealous will be going down. So the first point, it won't be a 0 to 8. It just will be, or we'll see if it's even going up to 8 for the Vex side. But the first point of the game for Poppy, and here it is.
It was there, and remember, I believe we've already seen 2 of the. Oh no, we haven't. So it was the previous game where we saw the double gear removal, right? So there is a theoretical spot where Choco can drop that Dazzling Aurora before it becomes too much of a pain in the backside. However, a big move with Elder Dragon, who is going to try and allocate a lot of points unless there is going to be a big difference. Nice call by. And usage of the overzealous fan moving back and around. Did it not do full damage? Am I crazy?
Well, the overzealous fan pushed back the Elder Dragon, right?
Got it. Okay.
So yeah, just triggered it. So you do get the hold. So you're up at 6 points. So you're at that perfect even point threshold where you just need a double conquer. But in this case, I don't think you're very likely to succeed in that double conquer. So you're just praying to have the perfect cards in hand to try to fend off this Elder Dragon. Fend off, and as long as you're keeping the apathetic in hand. But wait a minute, he sends the Stelicorn back with the amateur recital. Draws one for the move. Has the ability to go back into base. To draw another one, not back to base, but back to the same battlefield to draw another one. I love exactly. Oh, he might be actually going for the double conquer, which means he just has to hold with one of these battlefields. This has been truly impressive from the Vex side, especially considering how bad of a game it was in that game number 1. The discipline bringing the Stelicorn over the Poppy, and that will be a conquer up to 7 orbital. This is insane.
Yeah, and you know there's no response, right? Fully tapped out by Mashala's end. You already conquered over, and now you're looking at Mashala, who I believe was unable to draw at the end. Well, you draw, I think you drew the Rift Herald. You're locked. Remember, every unit that comes in is going to be stunned. There's no way to double conquer because your entire deck is built around getting these big units and then slamming them next turn. I really don't see a way where Mashala can come out and clear both boards.
Yeah, something chat's pointed out real quick. Because of Elder Dragon's ability, the simple nature that Poppy does apply 4 points or 5 points of damage on Stelicorn, I believe Stelicorn should have died there unless it's as damage the Elder does. Any amount of damage is enough to kill enemy units.
Yeah. I think that might have been a miss by Mashala, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, we can't go back and renege, I don't think. This is up to the players, I think, to determine how it goes. And for Sepher, yeah, what you're watching is a little bit of an outlier. I will say Choco has had good answers to the Aurora deck. But it is not. I mean, if you go back and watch game 1, you can also see the full weight of the Aurora deck. Like, both decks need specific conditions. to kind of pump out that win condition, right?
Mm-hmm. And it looks like they figured it out. They're rewinding the board state, so it wasn't a double
Yep.
conquer, a double points turn. So Stellicorn does go to the trash. The hidden card can no longer be hidden. So now 2 points away, and those 2 points feel like miles away from closing out this game. If Poppy is able to get a couple more units online, one being played from hand, one being played from Dazzling Aurora, they could very well hit a bit of a turning point in this final game number 3. But we will see, because I don't know, if you're able to at least defend one more, that's to 7, and then you get your turn with a full breath of runes to maybe leave up for that final hold attempt. So this is getting very close to the wire in this final game.
Yeah, and there it is. Okay, that's a great start for Mashallah. It's on its way back. If there's no response from this, you've locked away one of the huge tickets that has kind of stopped you from, building into the Conquer scenarios here. Really nice Vexcon. You force away, and you board clear. This is huge. So in the trash right now, I believe, is 1 Vex and 1 Sona, and a lot of the movement tech with the Overzealous Fan to deny again, plus a Stellicorn. You've actually locked out a lot of usefulness from Choco, and Choco has to kind of reset in kind of their tempo play here, because your board's empty. It's a 2 to 3 turn setup. Mashallah can easily catch back up to that 6 point.
Yeah, this is going to be so tough. You're trying to just develop out as much board as you can for the Vex side and try to push in for a double conquer point. For double conquer, staring down a 10 might dragon, a 6 might, and a 7 might herald and dragon. Oh, this is going to get really tough. Unless there's a world where Charm comes into play, but with 3 cards left in the hand for Vex, not too likely to get a double conquer. At the best, you're looking at a conquer for 1, and then just pray you could hold on for dear life for that final 8th victory score. But let's see, because this might be setting up a big defensive front. So the Rift Herald goes into the Valmont, and then might look to go ahead and reinforce both of these battlefields, one with the dragon and then the other with the Dazzling Aurora trigger at the bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge turnaround for Mashallah. Really nice breath of fresh air. And for Choco, I wonder what you're thinking. I honestly have not looked through the deck list. I don't know what you're looking at, but the cards currently on the table just do not speak volumes, right? A total of 4 might. A large chunk of your arsenal has already been taken out, and now Mashallah has kind of free reign to do stuff like this, right? Drop a unit after it's drawn, straight swing into the battlefield. You can basically do whatever you want to do now, and just... I mean, what are you going to do with an Evelyn? Let's be honest. Evelyn is going to be like, hi, everyone. Immediately get kind of like backhanded back into the grave. Like, what are you going to do with an Evelyn?
Right, you have 3 cards back there, but they collectively attack for just 4 little bit of might. You don't even have enough to take down a single unit.
You can tickle a Rift Herald is what you can do.
Oh,
here.
yeah.
That's about it.
That's all you're going to be able to accomplish. And to make matters worse, for the first time in this best of 3 series, you're the one at the disadvantage when it comes to card economy in hand. So 3 to 7 card, not feeling all that great. Making it
Bring it back out, baby.
Yeah, things are not looking good for this Vex player. I think that might have been the turning point we were discussing back a couple turns ago.
Yep. Yeah, this is... I think the buildup was great. We got to see the strength of Choco, but you just didn't... I really do feel you also had some bad hand draws. The gear removal wasn't here this time around, which we saw brought out very early on, and it seems you didn't have the removal cards that you wanted in hand. So your board state was good. You didn't have the activation on the back end. You do have a Defy, which is not bad, but I definitely feel like this is kind of delaying the inevitable at this point. Mashallah will continue to slow roll their way up. Just needs 2 more turns, and I don't see any way Choco is going to be able to swing anywhere close to 7, or what is that over on the other side? Is that 16 might there?
Yeah,
Okay,
16
well,
might
now
on
it's
the
13 and
amateur
16.
recital, and then I believe 13 total might on the layer. So quite an impenetrable wall, what it feels like so far, being set up from the Poppy. I will add, though, a couple turns ago, if there was a world where Vex had a not so fast for the Harness Dragon, that could have been the only world where Vex might have stayed in this game. But the fact that they didn't have a not so fast, right, does not paint a good picture for Vex, as he has a Mauser for 1, a Hunter for 1. We thought there was a tickle before. This isn't even going to let a little breeze on these units.
Yeah, this is tough. Like this, we are watching a very slow descent into madness here, and I think Choco can keep their head up. They played a fantastic game number 2. Game 3 was looking pretty good as well. I mean, I don't think you can sit there as you chew a Valmont yourself. You're gonna try and swing on in and use that to kind of overcome. Technically, I think you actually hold here.
Yeah, this
Okay,
could
the
be
Valmont might have
exactly
actually
what
done
Vex
this.
needed. No
I
combat damage will
forgot
be
about this card.
applied.
I forgot about this card. Plus,
I don't know if you conquer though, because you're only going up to 10 total might versus the 13. So I think both units still recall back, unfortunately.
yeah, they just get rebuked. And again, the damage didn't actually come through because remember, it has to be damage actually going through. 100%, you're right. So it's not a clear. It's getting there though. So big win for Choco in terms of kind of like giving themselves a little bit more room to breathe. But the double conquer is still there. One more turn, maybe you can hold it down. But here's that draw coming in. Like Mashalah's gonna swing for something to bulk that right back up.
He really yeah, Mashallah is feeling a great, comfortable position. I will say the only out I feel like Vex has is maybe a secondary Valmon's layer to push in, because right now he already scored the 2 points, so he can't score any more. And if you take one battlefield, you conquer up to 7 before Poppy holds up to 7. And then if you could just hold that final remaining battlefield, you will be getting to 8 points before the Poppy does. So let's see if he can set up something of the like. He goes ahead and Harness Dragon for the Valmon.
Oh no. Alright, I think that's it. I think that's really it. You were hoping the Vilemon was still up. Great handle at the end. You're gonna move a token in for fun, and Mashalah's like, I'm golden. I'm golden for next turn. You got 2 cards in hand. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, that Harness Dragon was the perfect card Poppy needed. It didn't even come off the Dazzling Aurora. He had it in hand all along. And 8 cost is a good amount to pay for that, but it seems to be well worthwhile. Dazzling Aurora will be proccing, and I wonder what is left in the deck. Is it something like an Elder Dragon
it's another one
coming down?
I hate Elder Dragon. I've seen it for literally a series, and I hate the card already.
I think you share the sentiment with a lot of people here at home, because guys, Elder Dragon is such a strong card. If you're not playing green that has something like a not so fast for it, what other card? I mean, purple with Star Cross could maybe get through Elder Dragon, but it seems to be consistent enough, especially in these Dazzling Aurora decks, to make it such a problem for a lot of decks in the next format. So we got a couple bans previously. Do we think Dazzling Aurora might be a future ban in the near future, Orbital? Or is it still good for now?
Okay, so this, I'm gonna get a lot of flack for saying this. I do not believe it requires a ban. The reason for it is there are ways to counter. We saw it specifically in game number 2, if you're able to draw appropriately. I do feel like it feels unbalanced because it's not healthy, right? It does feel like a very, and my hair is all over the place. I do feel like there are ways around it. Gear removal and stuff like that. I don't think it's the Elder Dragon itself, but it does feel very uninteractive. So I think it might be on the list next. If we see more cards being brought out that make it easily accessible to find, say, Dazzling Aurora, to find that opportunity, I think it will be banned at that time. But at the current moment, because of the stipulation of you have to draw it and it's very easy to take away, and most of the decks revolve around just swinging with heavy might units, I think it's okay for now, in terms of what's there. I know a lot of people want to ban. I think it's okay in my eyes.
Right, and I think the keyword for now, because usually you want to ban something that's shown to be result oriented, right? That Draven from the
Yep.
past, those Miracle decks have won many decks, the 25Ks, 25Ks, 10Ks, the Dravens being the majority of the top eights out in China, regional after regional. That made sense. Once we start getting Dazzling Aurora maybe topping all those tournaments in set 3, then it really opens up the discussion. But real quick, Orbital, if you're down, it looks like we have about 19 minutes left in this round. There's just 2 more games remaining.
Ooh.
Let's just catch the tail end of some action. It looks like a Renata versus a Diana for the first time in this event.
Ooh. I'm 100% down for it. We've been allowed to kind of take a look at a lot of these different decks so far. This is now I think 6 unique new champion decks in the battlefield. So I'd 100% agree with that one. What are you talking about, Diana?
Yeah, Diana. No, that's her down below.
Oh, Diana. Yeah. But I saw Jin in the token. I was like, why is that Jin picture? My brain did not want to work.
No,
that is
that's
Renata
me
Glass. I'm so
not
sorry.
getting
That's
it
true.
together. I'm quickly changing it on the fly.
You're not getting it together. I feel bad. Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, it's Renata up top and then Diana down below. But I'll change the picture right here for Renata. And where is my Renata button? Either or, Vex getting set up right now, and I believe it's a time warp that seems to be bugger. Honestly, I think this might have been a concession as he's drawing the whole hand. We might have tuned in at exactly the moment they won the game.
Yeah. I mean, we could talk about it a little bit. Renata Glass, very, very interesting in how it wants to be played. I was looking at this deck earlier as well. Renata Glass, obviously, the legend. When you are an ally hold, you may exhaust me to play a gold gear token exhausted. While your score is within 3 points of the victory score, your gold adds an additional 1 in there. So it's very energy dependent. It's a very snowball-y, I think, versus where we saw the Poppy when, within the victory threshold, Renata Glass accelerates towards the end of the game. And if you're able to hold very well, you can essentially just win out the very tail end, because the Renata Glass, I think, champion unit, you just auto score a point. I think if you have enough energy, you can quite literally just turn, it's a tap 4, burn 4, and you just straight up score a point. So it's a very harsh acceleration in that field.
Right, especially when you pair with things like, I believe what we saw there at the end of that game, something like a time warp. So you get to go ahead and use it. You hold for 1 point. You use that Renata champion to gain another point. And sometimes you even have those wonderful battlefields like Power Nexus to gain an additional point. So maybe set 3 might be finally the time for Renata to kind of break through and make a bit of a splash in the meta. We'll see, because they did end up taking down Diana in this round number 2. And guys, sit tight, because I think there's just one more game remaining, and it's actually our player from round 1, New Roth LeBlanc versus Tog, which a lot of people, if you guys are keeping up with competitive Riftbound, Tog is a really impressive player. I believe Tog is playing, let me double check. He's on
it was
Vex
another
today.
Vex.
The only thing though, chat, they didn't put the TCGA code in the Battlefy chat, so I can't tune in.
No,
we can't tune in. Oh my goodness.
It hurts.
It does. I literally tell these guys before the tournament starts, please put it in the please put the TCGA lobby code in the chat, so that if it needs to be that, so we could have it as a backup feature match. But these guys weren't listening. But I think they should be able to close things out rather soon, which means I guess we're getting started sooner than later, unless they're going to go ahead and use the remaining 15 minutes. But, since this is our last round together, Orbital, what do you hope to see coming out in these next couple rounds from the rest of this tournament?
I will say I want to see more Vex. When I initially saw the Unleash come out, Vex is a deck that I very much wanted to play. I'm a very big fan of slowing down and being an annoyance. I think that is what every Yordle fan loves to do. I'm a big Vygar fan, and obviously we have Teemo, we have Vex, we have all these. I want to see Vex continue to be up there. Okay. I was very happy to see a few out there. I'm a little bit surprised. I think we'll still see it in the set 2. Obviously, the Aurelia I'm curious to see. But I am very sad, because I would like to say I want to see a Jhin make it further, but I think Jhin was like the biggest, the biggest loser out of Unleash, a lot of people obviously saying the conditions for a Jin to work are just not good, and I don't think we had a single Jin deck either. So I would have said, hey, I want to see a Jin deck come out, but I really do want to see Vex continue to be good, and I want to see if a Vex will make it into round 4.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I believe there's like 2 or 3 Vex. One of them is at the hand of Tog, as we mentioned, is a really smart, really experienced player. I don't know why no Jin showed up to play today. I think Jin requires a little bit more cooking. Maybe 1 or 2 more weeks of Unleashed, and then we might see a Jin. But I'll throw the same question over to chat. Chat, what legends do you guys want to see in these next coming rounds? Maybe you guys will sway our choices. I think someone said, are there any Vi's in today's event? Let me double check for you guys.
There is one. There is one. I did double check. There is a solo Vi that was run by Obscurity.
Okay. So, Chad, we do have a Vi. We have a Lilia. We have a Rengar. We have Rek'Sai. We have 1 Pyke, I believe. So we have a Pyke in the booth, or not in the booth, but in the tournament. And then we have a couple of Kazakhs. So Draven, Sauceside. Yes. That has to be troll, right? Southside saying Draven. Out of every legend we could have on the feature table, you want a Draven, huh?
Yeah, that was I'm good. I don't care for that right now.
Right,
I will say the ban made me laugh. Everyone hears the stories about the Flash situation, but hearing Dravens, I know a lot of people at my locals were just starting to build in. They were getting their decks set, and they were building, a lot of the Miracle Draven sets, and then immediately got banned, and people were just like, dude, are you serious? Like, they just dropped so much money.
I know.
So I thought it was very funny. Do we have an Ivern? When I was looking through, I don't think we had an Ivern.
Not today.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. I was curious about the Ivern as well. The Ivern decks look very interesting. But yeah, it's fun all around. I don't know. I'm curious to see what tomorrow is, because I know you are hosting yet another tournament. That one's just set 2, so that'll be a tournament for set 2 with the bans in place as well, and that will be very interesting to see what the majority set of decks are going to be.
Right. I think I know. Maybe most people in chat know, maybe not, but we are doing back-to-back events because we threw a vote up in our Discord. We said, what would you guys rather play? Do you guys want to play in a set 3 meta, or would you guys rather play and try to prepare for Leo Regional and Atlanta Regional? And the vote was literally split right down the middle. I think 400 people voted. And out of 400 players, I don't know how it was 50-50. I thought one would win over the other, but because it was literally quite 50-50, I decided to just do both. A little bit of a smaller event on Friday for set 3, and then we have our normal weekly tournament, the full 9, or not 9, but the full 5 rounds into Top Cut for tomorrow. As we said, that's going to be the first glimpse of the meta that will be played out in the upcoming regionals in Leo and Atlanta. So no set 3 cards tomorrow, but it should still be exciting to see how those bands shake things up, because now there's talks that Aurelia's not that good without the sneaky deckhand and obelisk combo. And then there's cards like that just received a nice little buff, like Lucian with the Relentless Pursuit now not requiring a gear already played. So, thinking a little bit ahead while we have some time here, what legends do you feel are going to really take a huge step forward in the new set 2 meta?
I think a lot of people were pointing out Aurelia didn't get hit as hard as others. I think Fight or Flight would have been one of the only ones that was possibly run inside the Aurelia decks. But a lot of people have been pointing out that Aurelia was pretty much untouched through these bans. So more Aurelia, which we already saw Aurelia win out on some of the regionals, assumptions being that Aurelia will continue to be big. I do wonder if we are going to see the Victor decks, or even people were talking about Rek'Sai as well.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai is a big one that can kind of mono run over a lot of big runs. Arachnids losing Dreaming Tree also really hit Aurelia. That's fair. I still... Battlefields, I don't give priority over specific cards drawn in the deck. And so, yes, Dreaming Tree was a big hit. I still feel like Aurelia is still very powerful because there are other battlefields that can still maybe not do as much as Dreaming Tree, but it's still able to provide that value. So I would expect Aurelia to fully dominate in terms of the number of priority decks out there.
Okay, dominate. We heard it here from Orbital first. I don't know if I
Okay,
go as
stop.
far.
I know I said that, but you need to stop or else someone's going to like put me on blast tomorrow,
I was
dude.
just about to say that. I was going to say, I don't know about dominate, but I still think she's up there. I think she took a good hit. Dreaming Tree and Obelisk were her ideal combos in terms of battlefield. So I do think, because I was a bit of an Aurelia player, and she's a very slow deck without the sneaky deckhand combo, without Obelisk of Power kind of expediting the rune economy, of course. So we'll see. But I think the biggest winners, as chat was pointed out, Kai'Sa, good stonks. I believe Rek'Sai and Victor increasing in the meta as well. And a little sleeper pick might be, I think someone said as well, Fiora, aka Lucian as well. I feel like Lucian, Fiora, those guys are similar strategies. But we'll see. I mean, tomorrow it won't paint the full picture, but it'll give us a good little first glimpse, like I said before, at what we can maybe expect coming in these upcoming regionals. So it'll be exciting nonetheless.
Did Azir even change at all? I honestly don't know. I played against one Azir and I barely seen Azirs like in any of these tournaments either. So I have no idea. I think Azir is just like the Emperor's sitting on a throne of empty population. Like he's sitting on like a throne of like an empty kingdom. He's like,
he's good.
I mean, I'm here, guys. I'm here. I can play. I did want to say plus though before we go further. You mentioned the Discord, and I don't know if people know how to access Discord. So tell them how to access the Runes and Rift Discord. Why don't you let them know?
I appreciate that, Orbital Core. It's very simple, guys. If you guys are in our Discord, go ahead and type !Discord. You get latest updates on when these tournaments will be played out / signups available as well. So I think the command works on YouTube and on Twitch as well. For anyone that aren't familiar with that, thank you, Sepher, on Twitch. But yeah. And Orbital, I think we will throw it to a short little break as there's just about 5 minutes remaining. But speaking of our side of things, what about on your side of things, Orbital? When can these guys catch you? Because I believe you've been doing a couple of streams here and there, right?
Yeah, I've done personal streams. I've done kind of my own personal side, but no one wants to watch that. No one cares about that. I am a variety caster. I cover a lot of different games. Obviously, I've been in Riftbound a little bit, but I'm also in Deadlock communities. So if you enjoy just a variety of different games out there, League of Legends, Valorant, anything of the sort, I cover and cast all of it. I enjoy esports. I may like games, but I love esports and I love the competitive side, and I love being able to give my voice over to the fun moments for competitors and viewers alike. So you can catch me on X. Thank you very much for that one. Plus, you can also find me on Twitch, where I sometimes play games and I also sometimes commentate and put on shows for community events outside. So I've done like League of Legends in the past for different organizations. So feel free to follow me on those socials.
There we go, guys. Spread the love over to Orbital side. I put both his links there on the chat, both on Twitch and on YouTube. And you know, it is always a pleasure working with you, Orbital. I'm excited to have you back one more time for the event we were just talking about. We have our set 2 with the bands for the first time. So 2 back-to-back first times today with the set 3. Tomorrow, set 1 through 2 with the 7 bands in place. So I am excited again one more time for that event. But for now, let's throw it over to a short little break. We'll try to do the pairings as fast as we can. And then when we come back, is going to be double the trouble in terms of plus myself, and then Mr. Plus will be joining in on the commentary booth. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the third round for today. And we are back looking to get things rolling with the third round of today's event. Like I said before the break, we have a new caster joining us here in the booth. It is my dad, jokingly, of course, Mr. Plus joining the party. How are we feeling, Mr. Plus? Excited to see some set three today.
Yes, sir. Very excited. I've been enjoying the first two rounds as a spectator, and now I'm even more excited to join in here to commentate the next round.
Yeah, and we have quite a nice matchup in store for this round number three. I threw it over to chat. You guys said, what legend do you guys ideally want to see for this upcoming feature match table? And at least we got to guarantee one of the ones you guys said. So, Mr. Plus, if you want to let these guys know, what are the two legends we will be spectating today?
We got a nice matchup for you guys today with Pike versus Diana. So we get a first time Pike on stream, which I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, I've heard really good things from Pike. There's like a control version similar to what like Kaiser used to do, but now there's that signature spell from Pike that, correct me if I'm wrong, you can almost play it indefinitely as long as you have the runes to do so.
Yeah, as long as you can keep recycling and killing low enough might units, you can just keep going. It's a really fun card.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what these decks can bring to the table. Let's go ahead and join these players. It is round three of the first ever Riftbound Unleashed Tournament hosted by Runes and Rift. So down below is Diana, up above is Pike. And let me go ahead and fix these battlefields. But I told these guys to start. I'll go ahead and tell them in the TCGA chat just in case they're not looking.
Yeah, very excited to see how this matchup plays out. Diana has quite a bit of draw potential thanks to that blue Diana champion unit, plus a good amount of new draw cards added in with set 3. And then we're going to see Ripper Bay as the battlefield of choice for Pike as we head off into the action, and the Abandoned Hall for Diana with a turn 1 Mischievous Mirai and to a turn 1 Chosen Champion Diana. Now back to Pike.
And Mr. Blaze, for those that aren't too familiar for set three battlefields, what does Ripper Bay do as I add him here on the back end?
Yeah, so Ripper's Bay is a really cool battlefield designed mostly for Pike, but it does come up for other legends occasionally. It says when you return a unit to a player's hand, that player may pay 1 to channel a rune exhausted. So it gives you a little bit of ramp in the Pike deck, using your hero power to send the unit back to your hand, make yourself a gold, and generate a rune on the back. So you kind of get a little bit of a double dip since the gold is already offsetting recycle costs, essentially giving you a pseudo mini ramp and then
Mm-hmm.
an actual legitimate ramp off the Ripper's Bay itself. So Pike is able to kind of play some more aggressively costed power or power costed cards like Falling Star. And wow, what do you know? We see an immediate Falling Star. And he's able to offset that cost because of the gold and the extra runes he generates off of Ripper's Bay.
That does make sense because I believe Pike's legend ability is revolving around bouncing cards back into hand. So one energy and exhaust may return a friendly unit out of battlefield to its owner hand and then play a gold. So Ripper's Bay, a way of getting double the resources for that same unit. So I believe it's a gold. No, yeah, one channel rune and then one gold. So I definitely see the synergy here for the Pike build. Now down for Diana, Abandoned Hall seems to be a great battlefield selection for her as well. Every time you play a spell on your turn, you get to go ahead and give a +1 might increase on one of your units on that battlefield. And Diana, of course, in Showdown, you get an additional energy. So we'll see if that comes into play a little bit down the road, but a nice little slow and steady game here in our round number three. Let me hover over this card down here. I'm not, oh, it's the ult, or I believe for the Diana Luminary, or
Yeah, the
Lunari.
chosen champion, Diana Blue, who on start of Showdown can pay 1 to predict, then reveal the card, and if it is a spell, draw it. So as I mentioned in the start, Diana's capable of drawing quite a bit of cards. So if this was to be a hand control variant of Pike, then we could see an interesting matchup going. But I don't think that this is. It looks like just a value-oriented Pike, utilizing his hero power, making these extra runes and gold, and then hiding cards like the Mischievous Mirai that we saw, who when deployed to the battlefield, is not only a 2 might unit to add to your might total, also deals 2 damage when it's played. So played to a battlefield rather. So it's essentially a little bit of Red's version of the set 1 blue card, the Blast Cone Fey that
Okay.
we saw sometimes in Teemo, who is the 2 might unit that you could hide and then on deploy would give -2. This
Mm-hmm.
one just straight up deals 2 damage, so can outright kill a unit, and very, very good in a deck that wants to hide a lot of cards like Pike.
Right. And speaking of hidden, it looks like he goes ahead and hides straight from the chosen zone. So no little bit of a mind game. You know exactly what's behind that hidden, but can you crack that battlefield is the question, because you only have a 3 might unit in the back, and her ability just pretty much a bit of a double up on the legend ability. When you're in combat or when you start a showdown, you can add an extra energy. So I see the synergy of the deck. You get extra energy during showdowns. Abandoned Hall makes it even sweeter with those additional buffs. So goes for the straightforward conquer over to the Abandoned Hall. Gains an extra energy just to play something like a stacked deck potentially if they had it.
Looks like she's actually using the blue Diana's ability. The Diana Lunari, again, when a showdown begins, can pay 1 to predict and then reveal the top card of the main deck, and then if it's a spell, draw it. So synergizing with the legend itself by allowing you to essentially tap your legend just to look at the top card, and if it's a spell, draw it every time a showdown starts with this blue Diana. And now we get to see one of the biggest reasons to be playing Diana going into set 3, her signature spell, Moonfall, a 3 energy, 1 power cost spell that is action speed and says choose a battlefield where you have units. You may move up to 1 enemy unit to that battlefield, then give all enemy units there -2 this turn. So very cool ability based off of what is now her ultimate in League of Legends. Very cool, pull in units and then minus them to get a big swing in combat. A little bit of a mini version of Watcher too in certain
Right.
scenarios. If your opponent tries to go wide on you, you can get them with an action speed Watcher effect.
You know, a bit reminiscent of how Victor's signature spell, you remember, I can't remember, I think it's Siphon Power, used to work on the battlefield. So a little bit of that, but add even something like a charm on top of that. That is how powerful that Moonfall can be in the hands of Diana. And perfect card here in this circumstance as he brings over the Hopeful over to the Abandoned Hall. So you have the +1 that I don't even think he put the +1. Not that it would matter either way, but he does reveal the chosen champion. Let's take a look at this guy. So he does have hidden, he does have ganking, and then what is his ability? You may pay a fury as an additional cost to pay me. When you play me, if you paid the additional cost, you ready me and gave me +2 this turn. So he paid the fury just for the +2. I'm wondering why he did that. Was he scared of something else, like bringing in that Pike over to the other battlefield again?
Perhaps maybe a Ride the Wind was on his mind. Again, we do have to consider all of the old classics coming out of purple that Diana has access to. So playing on the safe side, I do think that this unit, though, this Pike red chosen champion, if you decide to play it in that zone, but just regardless, this unit as a unit itself, outside of Pike, is very strong as a 3 might unit that you can pay a red power to have come in as a 4 might accelerate. Essentially the same stat line and capabilities combat wise as an Kaisa accelerated, but for 3 might or 3 energy and a power rather than 5 energy and a power from Kaisa. So I think that card is going to see a little bit of splash into other decks potentially, just because having that cheap accelerate 4 might unit is actually very strong, especially since it also has ganking.
Right, and some it does seem to be the case, even if you're not playing against a Pike. But that is a signature spell number 2 coming down. The only likely target will be the deflected Vex, so you're gonna have to pay a little bit extra for this time around. But hidden from the zone gets played out, I believe, is the mischievous Mirai you mentioned before. That's the one that deals the 2. Yeah. When you play me to a battlefield, deal 2 to enemy unit there. But does pay the deflect, or did he pay the deflect?
Yeah, he paid he recycled a rune and tapped his Seal of Discord.
Okay, makes sense.
Yes, and then now we get to see an ambush unit coming out, since In this instance, because the Vex was pulled over, that makes our Pike player the attacker. So now he gets to deploy out another cool new unit from set 3, Inferna, who has ambush, is only a 1 might unit, but has that assault 2 to make it a 3 might attacker here. But the Wages of Pain comes out to swiftly answer that and take the Inferno away.
Inferno's such a good ability, right? You have the newest mechanic coming into set 3, the ambush. You're able to reaction speed play a card when you have units on a certain battlefield. So now that the Vex moved on over, you had a unit on that battlefield, so ambush comes down. But as you point out, the Wages of Pain taking her out, and that abandoned hull paying dividends for this Diana player, going up 2 might on that single turn, enough to take care of a lot of units, specifically the Vex. So Pike off to a good start, but Diana looking to have stabilized here, as it is 3-3, but they do have both battlefields under their control currently, so not too bad.
Yeah, now we get to see the Pike accelerated out, essentially, like we mentioned before. It can just take care of that goal to make him come out ready as a 4 might attacker. And then being the second card will also stand up this Darius. So now we have 11 might potential on attack. So we'll see how he decides to go about this. Looks like he's just going to test the waters by attacking the Ripper's Bay with the Pike first, showing 4-2. But of course, Ravenbloom has the original Abandoned Hall effect. But it looks like that's not going to be the case here. We're just going to go for the Ambush Diana, actually.
Nice stuff. So ambush can go on both sides, and that does come down and take down the Pike with 4 might. When you play a spell, you get +2, but he was already tapped out, couldn't play any remaining spells, but that does leave the Abandoned Hall rather exposed.
Ooh.
So nice little cleanup conquer for the back line Darius to go up to 4, so swinging things ever so slightly in his favor. But what's not in his favor so far is the hand economy currently. 2 cards to 4 cards. Not feeling comfortable. To be fair, Mr. Plus, I haven't played the most amount of Pike. What are the kind of resource generation cards in terms of card draw that Pike has access to, if you're familiar with it?
I'm not sure what this version of a Pike list might be playing. I mean, there's definitely some. There's the new card that is available in purple, the draw 2 discard one that
Okay.
is essentially the Ezreal on a spell. We did actually, I just want to point out real quick, this Diana did not utilize the legend ability when the Darius pushed in onto the Abandoned Hall, and could have actually, because any showdown is valid for this effect, could have opted to use that to gain a resource and then do the predict for the blue Diana. Instead, just let that card go. And that is another thing that we've been seeing as a way to boost the hand advantage for this Diana. Of course, Pike, like you mentioned already, is struggling to keep up in hand parity, and I'm not entirely sure what else they might be running. There's also the new 3-cost red spell that draws you a card for every battlefield you control. So there
Okay.
are some draw options available for Pike, but so far not seeing anything of the sort. Just kind of playing for value, and now we're going to get to see the stack deck come out, and maybe this can find us something that'll draw us some extra cards.
Yeah, we'll see. And it looks like he did a bit of a interesting interaction. He Tide Turner, so swapped the battlefield, or swapped the Darius to the Tide Turner, and then played the Legend ability, or used the Legend ability to return the Tide Turner. Wait, the Tide Turner's in the trash, or is back in the hand? No, it's back in the hand,
It's
I'm
back
pretty
in
sure.
the hand, yeah.
Right.
Here we see it deployed again. This is a pretty cool little trick that Pike can do to kind of swap around and give pseudo ganking to things, thanks to being able to reutilize Tide Turner multiple times in a turn.
But making it somewhat straightforward for the Diana player. Just a single card left after this following stack deck. A Tide Turner and a Darius. That's everything to the name of the Pike player. So let's see, can they try to hold things on? Because a Mind Splitter / a Ravenbloom student will be easy pickings for this Tide Turner. So that's a conquer number 1 going up to 5. And you could very well be tying things up, but trying to equalize the hand size. One of the newest cards to set 3 is a straight up discard card. I don't remember the exact name, but I do remember the ability.
Bewitching Spirit. I remember this card's name because it's been my entire life since set 3 has been spoiled and been able
Nice.
to be tested. I've been obsessed with playing Bewitching Spirit. This card is very, very strong. especially in a deck like Pike that can reutilize it over and over. You can conquer a battlefield, deploy the Bewitching Spirit straight to the battlefield, and then immediately pick it back up with the Pike to keep it safe, and then just keep having access to consistent discard. And it is quite annoying to be on the other side of.
You're so right. That seems to be more likely the combo a lot of Pike players have kind of leaned on. At least what I've heard so far is the fact that this Bewitching Spirit going on the board, back to hand on the board, discard your opponent over and over again. A bit of a slower pace kind of strategy, but an effective one nonetheless. But in this situation, you're the one out of cards. Diana has plenty to work with just 3 remaining. Not the most, but a little bit more than what you have, of course. So plays out Hui, I believe is his name. A
Mhm.
glorified traveling merchant, but does a little bit extra. What do you know about Hui?
Hui is an incredibly strong card for blue. Definitely a big boon for all mind decks going forward. Reads, when I move, draw 1, then discard 1, then do the following based on the type of card discarded. So spells are going to draw you a card, gears are going to ready 2 of your runes, and units are going to give him +3. So he can move in and be an attacker for 8, which is very threatening. He can just draw you more cards, or he can, of course, untap some runes to extend your turn. He just does it all, and he's a very, very valuable card to have in a Diana deck like this.
It does seem to be quite a strong card. A little bit of way of getting some resources, as we mentioned, a way that Pike is tend to be struggling on so far. But man, these wages of pain putting in the work for Diana. I believe that might have been the second/third wages of pains coming down, and no more discard options for the Pike. So he sees the writings on the walls, decides to concede. That is game number 1 of this round number 3, going over to the way of Diana. So up 1 game. And little side note, both of these guys are straight flexing online with the overnumbered of both of their legends. I love it.
Yeah, the overnumbered Pike is absolutely awesome looking, and not to mention, I am a big fan of the overnumbered Diana as well. I know not everyone is on board with the anime theme style of the art, but overall, just the composition of this card is amazing. The crescent strike coming through and the hair forming a crescent as well. The theming is just on point. I love the overnumbers for this set.
Yeah, they killed it because I believe the set 1, their set 1, those are truly classic. It's going to be tough to beat those, but set 2, when they came out, they try to confine every single overnumber legend pretty much with a similar style. It was more of that, not watercolor, but similar watercolor, and they
The
just
dual
narrowed it to
tone.
just 2 colors. So paintery kind of feel. I love that they kind of diversified and made each legend their own in this set 3. I like that a little bit better than what they did in Spirit Forge, of course. But Arena's great is to get things rolling in this game number 1. Both players will be starting off with a single point and no turn 1 opening for Pike. But Diana does have her chosen champion, as we saw how good it was for her in that game number 1. Sets it up to try to make some waves in this game number 2 one more time.
Yeah, and then we get to see a Bewitching Spirit come out for Pike, so this engine getting online early. We'll see whether or not Diana's able to kill it in the backline to stop it from being a nuisance and being able to go up, conquer, return it to hand, and redeploy it and rinse and repeat until you're out of cards in hand. Hopefully there is or an answer for Diana in this deck to the back row that will be able to deal with that. But another thing to point out about this Diana Chosen Champion unit is that being a 3 for 3, now on this game that we got to see that going second, you have access to one of the better champions in the game for 3 for 3. Currently, we kind of see most people agree that Lucian is probably one of the best chosen champions in the game, as
Right.
having that Lucian, Orange Lucian being able to come out as a 3 for 3 with Weapon Master and being able to go in and come back is very powerful. But Diana might be giving him a run for his money, being also a 3 for 3, but with this effect to predict and draw you a card is very powerful.
Yeah, and like you said, you're basically predicting for free because it costs an energy predict, but Diana generates that free energy during that showdown and plays out a Vex to round out that second turn for the Diana player. Passes back over. Are we about to see the discard engine get things rolling for Pike? So sends in for a nice little conqueror. Most likely will deploy out that legend ability before to do so. The Starcross, even better way of getting
Oh,
it back in hand. So this might be a discard too, isn't it, for the Pike player?
yeah, I love the Star-Crossed edition. I mean, this card has been so strong, especially with Bewitching Spirit. It can create some insanely difficult positions, unsurmountable even positions for your opponent. If you're able to get their hand all the way ripped down to 0 to 1 cards, they get into a point where even if they were to deploy a giant unit off of the top of their deck, something like, say, even an Elder Dragon, you can play the Bewitching Spirit out, make them discard whatever cards they have left, then Starcross that Elder Dragon back into the deck, redeploy your Bewitching Spirit, and now Elder Dragon's in the trash. So Starcross is going to be a huge boon for purple decks, especially decks revolving around Bewitching Spirit.
Right, and it makes so much sense in a Pike build that kind of makes good use of getting cards back in the hand like that Starcross does. And you're so right, it is reaction speed, so you can react to the trigger of Elder Dragon. So I 100% agree. I think we're going to see a whole lot of Starcross in this next Riftbound Unleashed meta, but Diana ends up holding up to 3 points, hides a nice little card, and then passes it on over with a full 6 runes available on the opposing turn. But now Pike in a much comfortable position as opposed to as he was in that game number 1. So conquers as he did before and might do a little bit of deja vu of what we saw in that previous turn, bringing that bewitching spirit back to hand. Might be the next play we see.
Yes, and the added bonus of getting the gold from doing so off of the Pike Legend ability is also super nice. Just having access to easy gold generation is always great. I mean, we saw how powerful gold generation on a card like Draven Vanquisher was, which of course we now have seen was so strong that we've deemed it to be unworthy of being fit for competitive play, a banned card now. So we definitely cannot understate how valuable generating gold is for a deck that has cards like Starcross, like Falling Star, cards that are very, very strong, that have those higher power costs that you can just offset by doing what you already want to be doing by returning this Bewitching Spirit to your hand and keeping it safe and obviously being able to reutilize it the following turn.
You know, and I believe this next turn might be the first time that he might be able to double dip the spirit the 2 times in a single turn. But first things first, the Moonfall, the signature spell of last game, coming in one more time. So only valid target, of course, being the Vex, pays the deflect with the seal. And this is one way of dealing with the Vex, unless there's something like abandon. But if there's abandon, you just play it out one more time. I think this Vex might not be sticking around too much longer, and that is the perfect unit you want to take down because he was slowing down the pace of game. He was pretty much playing into the favor of Pike. The later you go, the more likely you have those spirits to just dwindle down the card hand for your opponent. So I like this use of just trying to take down the Vex ASAP, and it should be good. On top of that, you even get the Conservatory trigger to maybe even get a spell on top of that.
Which of course would be a huge help here because this hand is starting to look a little low. So we're going to want to start drawing some cards, hopefully get some hits off of Ravenbloom and some hits from this Diana Lunari as well to start refilling the hand before the threat of hand destruction is too great. As you said, there's the opportunity to begin to play it twice in a turn now should he be able to hold control of this battlefield. So gonna want to start drawing cards as quickly as possible. Maybe see something like Consult the Past or the new Jin spell with Repeat. A spell that I have, in my testing, have seen do wonders in these Diana decks that are electing to also run Ezreal. As of course, we are all familiar with set 2, the power of Ezreal Prodigy, reducing the repeat costs of cards. Being able to establish that Ezreal and then make the draw card for the draw or pay 2 and then repeat for 2 to draw 2. Being able to stack Ezreals to make that just a 2-mana draw 2 is very powerful, but we haven't seen an Ezreal yet, so we'll see if this Ezreal's running something like that, but we do see Falling Star coming back out to play for Pyke.
And it might be a reaction speed. What do they have in mind? The ambush coming down before the finalization of the Falling Star. So keeps the unit, keeps the hidden card on the battlefield as well. So nice little push there. And the Falling Star gets rid of a Diana, but another Diana coming down. But now it's time for Pyke's signature spell, Death from Below, to come out, kill a unit on the battlefield. And if that unit had 3 or less, but Wages of Pain, was he trying to do it on his own unit?
I'm not sure. I didn't get to see the target, but regardless, it was abandoned back to hand rather swiftly. So Pyke was sitting at the ready with the abandon, waiting to get rid of whatever answer Diana might have. And now we've seen quite a big swing because Pyke has been able to clear the board and leave Diana with only 3 cards in hand. Once again, I'm wondering if whether or not we missed an opportunity here to utilize Diana's ability with um the resource to trigger Diana Lunari. I might have missed that there wasn't actually a showdown there, but regardless, a pretty big swing for our Pyke player. Even though we're sitting at a tied point total of 4-4, it does feel like Pyke is in a pretty strong position.
Right, a little bit of an interesting interaction as chat's pointed out, but doesn't Diana, real quick on a bit of a side note, you have to exhaust her to get the +1. I don't believe he's exhausted the Diana legend at all this game, unless he's just been shortcutting it. Have you been noticing it?
No, that's I think Chad has mentioned that as well, that I haven't really seen him tap it, but you might be right that they're shortcutting and just in chat talking about it, but for the sake of visual clarity, it would be much
Nice.
appreciated to have our players to tap the unit or leader when that effect is being used. But regardless, we'll see a Bewitching Spirit come down again for probably the 4th or 5th time at this point, and now a Darius following up to come in and conquer the arena's greatest, and now hiding the red Pyke alongside this Darius.
Yeah, I'm not feeling too bad. The most might that Darius can get up to, I believe, will be, or not the most might, but the most might that Battlefield can get up to is the 5 from Darius and then the 4 from the Pyke getting revealed from that hidden zone, of course. So I think 9, if you're somehow able to play around it, but I don't think the 3 cards left in hand are too favorable for that kind of play. So goes for the Ravenbloom Conqueror, goes up to 5, tying things up, but you are effectively behind on point tempo. Pyke will be able to hold up to 6 before you're holding up to 6. And with only 2 cards left in hand, I think we might see a turn where it's just both cards might just be discarded this turn. You think it's worth it to do so? Or actually, how do you return it? You would need something like a Star Cross, maybe.
He can just move it up as we see here to the battlefield and then use Pyke to add it back to hand. So that's, of course, what we're going to see happen now. A gold generated for it as well. And now we can redeploy the Spirit to get one of the last 2 cards out of hand. And then if there is another copy of Starcross, like you said, we can get rid of or add a Vex back to hand and then get our Bewitching Spirit back to hand and redeploy it again. But looks like we're just going to stock up a Noxus Hopeful along the Bewitching Spirit, which will, of course, proc our Darius up to 7, who's now going to go in and try to take out this Vex with only 1 card available in hand for Diana.
It does come in at a little bit more cost effective with the Vex being in combat, of course, but I don't think a single card should be able to do the job. Wages of Pain gets it into the territory of trading 1 for 1, but you need something. I believe there was a bit of a smoke screen now in these colors as well. I can't remember exactly, but Mr. Plus, do you remember what I'm talking about? I think there's just another, but it costs 3 instead of 2, like smoke screen.
It is another Diana spell, 3 mana, give -4 at reaction speed, yes, but it looks like we actually had the Diana no longer human as the last card in hand, so ambush unit was able to come out, but then answered in turn by an ambush unit for Pyke as well, so No cards in hand and only a Vex Cheerless on board for our Diana player. It looks like Pike was able to systematically rip apart the hand of Diana and put
Mm-hmm.
them in a very difficult position.
Yeah, and brilliant performance so far in this game too for this Pike player, which is a single card in hand, a single unit. There is very little to be done when you have to take care of both battlefields. If you top deck something like the Moonfall and you somehow manage to crack one of these battlefields, maybe there was a world to get over, but not feeling too good. A +1 draw from the Stupefy, even that seems a little bit too tall of a task. I just don't know if there's a single card that allows you to get over this. I mean, there's just one too many might on the board. He's pushing. He goes for the Lunar Bloom. Wait a minute. Wait a
Discard
minute.
one, draw
Drawing
two.
two. Doesn't have to discard because there's nothing to discard. So two more cards and everything is cheaper because Vex is currently in combat. Mr. Plus, if he manages to do this, this is the craziest sequence of events that we've seen go down, at least in this tournament for sure. But looks to be the case as he doesn't draw what he needs most likely.
Yeah, and our Diana, of course, is in a position where they have to answer both battlefields with Pike being at 7, but looks like she wasn't able to do so, and we are going to get to go to game 3.
That is right. Looks like a battlefield for Targon's Peak and a Valmon's Lair. So trying to keep everything locked in place is what Pike has in mind. And Diana just trying to get some utilization on her turn or opponent's turn from trying to get to that battlefield sooner than your opponent does. Because now Diana losing means she will be on the play. But you know, you might not have that early 2-drop because I'm trying to think back. Did she have any 2-cost cards? Because I think the first play they did was that
Raven Bloom.
3-cost Chosen champ.
Yeah, she does have Raven Bloom student that
True.
she had in game 1. So Raven Bloom able to be a turn 1 play. I'm not sure if there's any other, if Diana would be playing something like Plundering Poro. But we are just going to see a stack deck come out for Diana's turn 1. And Vialmaw's Lair is a cool choice for Pike as a legend to have as one of their battlefields because it is a symmetrical effect, but his legend ability makes it a little bit asymmetrical since he's able to go in and conquer and then pick that unit back up and essentially leave the battlefield in a way that no other legend really can do. So kind of gets around the need for ganking in that way with Vialmaw's Lair.
Yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense when we're talking about the legend ability from Pike, but goes off a bit on the offensive. First play is going to be on the favor of Pike. Plays it accelerated, so conquers for 1, and then you get to untap 2 to try to leave some runes open, unless he just forgot. No, he doesn't forget about Targon's Peak. But I don't know if there's 2 cards, but I guess 2 runes are enough for something like an Abandon. But I think in this situation, Diana needs to desperately try to get some kind of units on the board to try to contest these battlefields before it starts getting a little bit carried away. So starting things off with, I believe, is that the 3rd stack deck already?
Yeah, you're correct. That's all 3 in the first 2 turns. The first 3 actions of the game for Diana were all 3 stack decks.
Wow. And just try to be as efficient as you can. Develops out the Chosen champion with the remaining 3 runes, but that is 2 points already incurred for the Pike legend. So sees what he has on the table for his 3rd turn. Tide Turner, they're bringing out in a ready position, so looking to go ahead and push the other battlefield. So he seems to be firing on every single cylinder in this game. Number 3 says he's taking it home despite being on the draw, because now you would think he's locked in place, but to the point you were making before, now it's time for the legend ability to come out to play. And I think you just simply exhaust, or is it a single energy? Okay, it is an energy to do so, so foregoes it for now.
Interesting decision here to go for the Tide Turner line when Pike, as we mentioned before, does inherently possess ganking. So
Right.
Pike could have just ganked over to Vialmaw and then used his ability to pick this Pike back up and left 3 mana open for defense. But I guess is prioritizing getting more units established on board by playing the Tide Turner, which then enabled this Legion for the Noxus Hopeful to come out as well. So probably just valuing the board establishment more than trying to get as much value out of the leader ability as possible.
Yeah, I guess he's saying Ty Turner. I don't really care about protecting it because it looks to be a straightforward conquer for Diana. So looking to go into Targon's Peak this turn. But ambitiously goes for the Valmon's Lair, knowing his opponent's completely tapped out for the first time in this best of 3 series. Finally utilizes the legend ability, adding an extra energy. And now Diana number 2 coming down at ambush reaction speed. A total of 3, 6, now a spell +2, so 5, 8, and 3 damage. He's definitely going to be conquering this Valmon's Lair.
Yeah, and he's able to deal with both battlefields at once thanks to this as well. The Wages of Pain gets to go take care of the Tide Turner and then give the +2 over to his Diana no longer human, making it 8 might in total to the 6 might present for our Pike players. So able to wipe the board and gain control of Vilemon's Lair. Pretty good play from Diana. Let's see how Pike responds and if he's able to start controlling the hand again as he was in game 2.
You know, he could have had a straightforward conquer against Diana because Diana was completely tapped out. I'm wondering why he didn't try to go ahead and deny an extra point. He does get the 2 ready for Targon's Peak, but don't you feel it was a little bit better to kind of take out a unit from your opponent? Or what do you think he did this play?
Yeah, typically I would tend to agree, especially since in this scenario he could have, if he really wanted to keep the Kaisa alive, like we mentioned, can just use that last resource at his disposal to tap Pike and make a gold and add the Kaisa right back to hand to have it available to accelerate the following turn, which then he would have the gold to pay for. So, definitely a line that I probably would have seen myself taking more because, as you said, just being able to get this Diana off the board would be very valuable, and you're not very punished by the Vile Mausoleer thanks to your legend. But wanted to keep the 2 up or untap the 2 and have 3 energy available on defense. And it looks like he didn't end up needing to use it at all. So we'll see how this affects the game now that he has to deal with this Diana over at Vile Mausoleer.
And it looks like for the first time in game 3, the Spirit coming down. So discarding a card will be the Ravenbloom Student in hand and has an option of something like a Tide Turner if he has it in hand, and bring back the Kaiser, push it over to the Valmon's Lair, and this time around conquer. But now you have to be a little bit hesitant because there is 2 runes available for Diana. So I feel like prioritizing killing the unit, as we discussed before, might have been a bit better if you ask me, because now they're up at 2. I do respect the play because he has a big point lead, right? It's 5-2. At the time it was 4-1. So he felt like he was ahead. He can afford to give his opponent at least 1 more additional point. But if he doesn't clear the Diana this time around, then I feel like it wasn't worth it, because now you gave your opponent 2 points rather than just the 1. So let's see what he has with the last remaining 4 runes.
And as well, not making as much gold this route is not enabling him to be able to play some cards like Falling Stars. We see he only has 1 red rune available, so can't even answer the Hui in the back row if he wanted to, is instead going to just use that ability now to add the Kaisa back and then just deploy a Inferna to base. So interesting play lines, just kind of, I guess like you mentioned, just feeling a little bit comfortable with the point lead, feeling like they have some breathing room to work with, so playing a little bit slower and trying to I'm not entirely sure what their end game is here for how they expect to deal with this Diana and now Hui, since like we mentioned, like you said, they allowed this Diana to live when they had the opportunity to take it out, and now it could end up coming back to bite them.
Very well said, and it looks like the discard is going to be something like a spell. So the spell's an additional draw 1, so feeling a whole lot better than they did in that game 2. They had such a bad hand, or not a bad hand, but their resources were depleted from that bewitching spirit. And I believe they missed their hold point, because I have him at 4 with this Conqueror. So I might have to butt in, because he was at 2. You pass your turn, hold to 3, and then Hui conquers up to 4.
Correct. I believe you are right. We're just waiting to see them clarify that up. Looks like it's been taken care of. 4-5. And now 8 runes and 6 cards in hand for Diana. That's a lot to work with.
Oh
And
yeah.
all of a sudden it's seeming a lot more scary for our Pike player with the position our Diana's been allowed to set up, because having just a 2 might and a 1 might unit on board is not very threatening. So maybe we'll see something come out. Maybe we're seeing Pike trying to build up into the late game and drop something like Baron on his opponent. Who
Hmm.
knows? We'll see what this game plan is as we head into Pike's next turn with 9 runes available.
Yeah, and it all honestly goes back to that same play we discussed earlier, but let's see what goes on the Death from Below to try to clear the Diana over on the Valmon's layer. So trying to do a kill unit on the battlefield, and it does indeed have less than 3 might, so you're able to play it one more time, and it should be able to kill at least, I'm thinking most likely the higher value target might just be the Cheerless. But I wouldn't blame him for trying to take care of the Hui as well, because every time he moves, he generates resources, but taking down the Vex nonetheless, so pays a Fury, and that didn't have 3 or less might, so isn't able to go ahead and play it one more time. But I think with the Assault 2, or let me read Inferno, is it Assault 2? Yeah, Assault 2, and then
Yes.
the Bewitching Spirit being at 2, you could technically trade, but it doesn't seem too fruitful to do so. So splits the difference, at least for now, conquers over Valmons, but it might be the spells that did a lot in that game 1. It's another Wages of Pain here in this game 3.
Looks like it'll be answered by an Abandon. Unfortunately, Diana does still have 3 resources up, so can elect to just play it once more since Abandon returns the spell to hand. So if Diana wants to tap out to take this Bewitching Spirit out, she's able to do so. Let's see if she goes for it.
And it does make a little bit of sense, right? That is a spirit that will be negging you a lot of cards in the future, so might as well deal with it while you can. But it does leave the door open for something like a switcheroo. The Inferno trading 3 to 5, so Hui hitting the bin, and now up to 6 points. We thought Pike had no idea what he was doing or had no foresight, but had a game plan all along, going up to 6 points, and there is 0 cards available for Diana. He is looking in quite a dominant position to close things out. Maybe not in the next turn, or maybe so if he has some accelerate, but he bounces back. I would have maybe liked to hold and then something with accelerate to close out the game, but I don't know what's in his hand, of course.
Yes, and I just want to point out we've already seen him utilize it, unfortunately, but this is a scenario where that red Pike, once again, this is Pike Dockside Butcher, is so incredible for even closing out a game in this scenario. Being at 6 points here, no board presence from our Diana player. If they are not able to deal with that Pike, and oh, but actually we do see the Watcher come out, so there is something in the way. But just to point that out real quick, that Pike is so strong at being able to come in ready, conquer a battlefield, and then you can add it back to hand, replay it ready again, and conquer the other battlefield. And that one Pike can score you both points you need to end the game. But instead, we see an accelerated Kaisa come out, as we mentioned before. I think this is the first time this game. It's a little bit hard to keep track with how quickly these games are going through, which cards belong to which game, but Kaisa's coming in to Viomaw's lair, but being unfortunately moonfalled over to Targon's Peak to now have to face this Watcher, which Diana will not be able to overcome with only 4 or 2 might after the moonfall resolves.
Man, utilizing ambush to perfection right before the moonfall resolves, you get to at reaction speed play a unit. So I believe that battlefield will resolve first, so you still go up to 7 as we're seeing here for our opponent, and then yeah, and then Watchful takes care of the Kaiser Core. So you don't get the +1, but you still get the Conquer and potential hold, more importantly. So 7 to 5 as it currently stands. Pike just moments away for trying to close things out, unless actually he bounces the Inferno. You know, Mr. Plus, Pike doesn't like to hold, does he?
No, typically I don't find myself trying to hold too often with Pike either. Of course, Pike is a deck that is supposed to be revolved around a lot of hiding cards, which would imply holding as a strategy for Pike, but he has so many low might unit cards in that pool of hidden cards between both of his available chosen champions and things like we saw in that first game with the mischievous Mirai. A lot of low might units. It's kind of hard to hold over,
Okay.
especially something like a Watcher and Moonfall. A lot of minusing for these low might units that make them more often than not irrelevant.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot though for Pike because he didn't hold. I mean, it just feels like it was a tough ask for Diana to make her way over the other battlefield unless he has something like a ride the wind and maybe another accelerated unit, which we don't see too many besides the Dowsing Tail Watcher that's already on board. We do know the Kaiser did indeed get bounced back, or no, it was the Inferno that got
Inferno,
bounced
yeah.
back. So we'll have to see if he does have another accelerated unit. He's tapping 5, which is another Kaiser coming down, looking to go for a double draw. So Conquer, draw 1, being at 7 points, draw another one. Does he have a way of kind of making over? You don't even technically have to. You could technically from here, you're going to be able to get to 8 point before your opponent. So trying to sit pretty and set up some kind of defensive wall. And this Vex
Mm.
Apathetic might be exactly what he needs to defend from here. Did Pike lock this one in with this Vex being played out?
Yeah, unless, like you said, we see something like a Ride the Wind to bring this Watcher over, it seems like this could be it. He would need not only to be able to gank this Watcher over, but then also to apply some might debuffs to this 8 might over at Viamon's Lair, which of course Blue does have quite a bit of access to. So we'll see if he is able to piece it together here. We're kind of down to the wire. This looks like it'll probably be the last turn of the game, opting to stupefy the Vex, and you pay through the deflect, interestingly enough. Maybe trying to get it low enough to kill it with something like a Wages of Pain so that he has the opportunity to play an accelerated unit to go over there for that Kaisa.
Let's see. There's very little cards that I feel get Diana out of this. We have to do the total might though, right? There's just 4 minus 1, so just 7 total might. If there is a ride the wind, that is one way to do it. And a fist to get a card back from the grave or a spell. But I don't remember exactly what he has. We're going to see momentarily the Lunar Bloom digging and digging. He's trying to find the out. Your opponent's completely tapped out. You need to find a way of bringing this Watcher over to the Valmon's lair. If he doesn't, that is Pike holding from 7th to 8th point. And that will be concluding this round number 3. Unless Diana has something to say for it, of course, tapping a whole lot. Tapping 3, the Singularity coming out is exactly what they needed. Do you think they drew that off the boon?
It's hard to say. I'm not sure if that was drawn off of the draw 2, discard 2, but it might very well have been. I think it came from the right 2 cards in hand, and if I recall correctly, that's how TCG Arena works. It maintains the draw order of your hand, so may very well have just top decked that answer with the Singularity.
Right. I mean, I would imagine if you had the Singularity, you would have played it first. So he most likely definitely top deck it. But now Darius coming down. That's going to be a good amount of might once he plays the second card for the turn. So Rebuke to bring back the Watcher. Man, these guys are going back and forth. No one wants to let each other hold for win. This looks to be a conquer as Diana's completely tapped out. So this is a game of inches. Who can hold before the opponent? Can Diana draw another removal piece? But oh, they do have another removal with the Bellows Breath at the showdown. He's finally making use of his legend one more time, remembering it does have a little line of text there.
Oh, but the ambushed Inferno that was returned to hand earlier is going to allow him to conquer this battlefield and get a draw. He is going to lose the Darius as a result, but able to get rid of that Vex and leave only a Fizz for the Diana with only 3 resources left. Let's see if Pike is finally going to try to just set up for a hold with this measly 1 might unit over at Targon's Peak. Of course, is going to get that untapped 2 as well. So 5 mana up on the defense, a hidden card, and 1 Inferno to try and stop this Diana from taking over.
Right, an Inferno and a Dream and a hidden card. Can this Fizz overcome that? That is going to be the mischievous Mirai trying to do 2 damage on the Fizz, but 3, 4 mana getting played out for the ambush Diana. That
Oh.
should be enough to board clear. So, like we said before, these guys are just going back and forth. The second Inferno, but you're not defending here, or you're not attacking here, I should say.
Yeah, a little interesting to want to deploy the second Inferno. I guess trying to bait out a spell here because only needing to deal 4 damage to wipe the Diana's board now after the 2 damage being from the mischievous Mirai, it actually was enough to cause a full trade
Wow.
because there wasn't a spell for Diana to boost her ambush purple Diana.
That is insane. So Inferno, despite just being a single might unit, was enough to take it down because of the Mischievous doing 2. So just playing out a Thunder Song simply to get a unit on the board. So 2-2, Diana looking to conquer at least 1. You able to draw 1, get some 2 runes back, but you need to have a spell to defend because right now Brynir should have sufficient enough might to take down your Ravenbloom student. Even if you have 2 spells, you're only going up to 4, of course. So this is a tricky situation for both of these players. They don't want to give up. I can definitely respect these. And it's just coming down to the bitter end. 10 minutes remaining, but I don't think we're getting there to see the end of that time limit. Diana playing 3, playing 4, and has a good amount of runes. Is that another Thousand Tail Watcher for the double conquer opportunity? What does
Oh,
Pike have to say about this? Anything like a Star Cross?
rebuke. Wow, so a rebuke coming out to stop the Watcher from taking game away, and now the Ravenbloom student being forced to push up to Targon's Peak, exposing it to the Bryn here, like you mentioned, kind of put in this awkward spot where he had the potential to just try to set up board, and now a rebuke of his own for the Bryn here. Wow, this is just going back and forth. What a crazy turn of events, and now the death from below coming out to answer this lowly Ravenbloom student. This is just a
These guys
grind at the finish line.
Yeah, these guys might run out of units, but now we see the bringer that got back to hand getting developed out, and I think Diana might be seeing the bigger picture being painted unless she has a removal option for the Thunder Song here. Plays out a Ravenbloom, and that's all she can do for this turn. On the flip side, if there is an accelerated unit for Pike, this is going to be all they wrote, but the Mind Splitter just trying to take down the last glimmer of hope for Diana. No Watcher, no problem. I think Pike might have locked this in there because Rocket Barrage repeated will get rid of one of these. Or actually, you still have a turn, right? Rocket Barrage repeated does 8 damage.
Oh, the Starcross, though, is going to probably seal the deal here now that the Ravenbloom won't even have the opportunity to try to come in and get a conquer and draw for Diana to try to find an answer. Now just left with Ravenbloom and Rocket Barrage in hand, and whatever this mystery card was, it was just a Seal of Discord. Not enough to get her there. What a crazy end to that game, but Pike was able to get there after all was said and done. Very well played from both players.
Oh yeah, Mind Splitter making the difference at the bitter end when it counts. And yeah, I misspoke. It looks like the Rocket Barrage is only a unit at the base, so can't take down a unit at a battlefield. And what an epic conclusion to our third round. Let's go ahead and head back to our caster booth. I don't even know if any players are still gaming. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. But man, Mr. Plus, who did you really think was taking that game? Because I wasn't able to tell for the longest at the end there.
Yeah, it just seemed like both players had some sort of line to be able to end the game, but then something got thrown in the way at the last minute, back to back to back, turn over turn. It was pretty insane to see how just how resilient both players were at not giving up that final point. Very cool.
Super cool. What a fantastic game. We have one more round left of Swiss, and by the end of Swiss, we should have at least 2 undefeated players, and we will go ahead and make sure those 2 undefeated players do indeed battle it out in our pseudo grand finals. I said today, Friday, since we're back-to-back events, it's a bit of a smaller event with just 24 players. Tomorrow will be our more usual weekly event, but guys, everyone's done, so we can't catch any more additional rounds or additional games in round 3, so might as well get things paired up earlier than we expected. There was still 10 minutes remaining in the game, or in the round rather, but everyone's already done, so let's go ahead and go for a short little break. Keep in mind, guys, the timer says 25, but we never use the full time for a tournament at this level, so at this size. So we'll be right back within at least 5 to 10 minutes, depending on how many drops we have to do, but we will be right back. And let's see if we can get some more spicy, brilliant action in set 3 coming up for the final round of Swiss. And like we said, nice little short and sweet break, and we are right back to some more Riftbound Unleashed action for our first ever Set 3 tournament by Runes and Rift. And we try to keep that Set 3 momentum rolling and picking some legends that we haven't necessarily seen today. But man, we have the pleasure of spectating so many awesome strategies today. What's been the highlight so far for you, Mr. Plus?
I mean, not to be biased, but I like that Pike matchup last round. That was really fun to watch. A crazy finale to a really fun set. But I am very excited for what we are about to see. Two legends that I have high hopes for coming into set three.
Yeah, it almost seems to be very similar styles in terms of a bit more aggressive nature. We have on our hands a Lilia versus a LeBlanc to end off our Swift rounds. 4 rounds of Swift today. And yeah, what can you tell us about these two legends that you're so fond of? Anyone you think you get a slight edge? Because what we saw from LeBlanc, I'm super impressed. I
Yeah.
wouldn't like to play against it too often.
No, both of these decks are very aggressively slanted in what I've seen so far, which is really cool. So we get to see both of them come out swinging and both generating temporary units of their own. Of course, Lilia's just being sprites more often than not, if not only sprites. But still, we are going to see some temporary interactions, which, as we will see once we get into the action, the battlefield selections might become a little precarious since both players have access to those temporary units here. I'm excited to see who's going to be able to apply more pressure and come out ahead. But my inkling is that it might be leaning towards LeBlanc based off of what we saw earlier today.
Yeah, and LeBlanc flexing with those new set 3 alternate art runes. I can't even tell those were order runes, but of course they could only be either order or mine. And they're cool. I mean, I could tell the color, but they do tend to be a little bit confusing. But maybe it's just me because I'm not super familiar with them just yet. But Chosen Champion on one side, Chosen Champion on the other one. Now, what do we know about the Chosen Champion from Lilia? Because I know I'm familiar with the one from LeBlanc from round 1, but I've never seen the one from Lilia so far.
So Lilia, basically going off of what we talked about in the last round with Diana having access to that 3 for 3 chosen champion slot, Lilia having the same here with this Lilia. Let's see what her name actually. Fei Fawn Lilia is the blue Lilia. So Lilia Fei Fawn is a acceleratable unit, which is worthy of mentioning. If you aren't playing it as your turn one play going second, you can deploy it with accelerate later, but on move, this unit creates a 3 might sprite token with temporary, notably being one of the only sprite creations that does not generate the sprite in the ready position. So a sprite that can't come in and immediately conquer, as we saw here, just being left in the back row, but it does contribute to the legend's ability to pay to make a sprite at a little bit of a reduced cost by getting that extra sprite generated.
Right, does make sense. I remember a bit of an uproar by everyone saying, wait, why doesn't the sprite enter ready? But we see a Crescent Strike getting played out for the first time in this event. Choose a battlefield and an enemy unit there. Deal 4 to that unit. And then I think it had a little bit extra text I didn't get to read. What was the ending of Crescent Fall? Let me see.
It deals 1 to every other unit there, so it's a little bit of a
Ah,
splash damage spell, of course, being flavorful with how Crescent Strike works in League of Legends for Diana. A little bit of an AoE move there, so able to come in and answer that LeBlanc and prevent it from getting the draw 3 thanks to Duskrose Lab. Something that we haven't got to mention so far is the mirrored battlefields coming out from both players here with Duskrose Lab, a very powerful battlefield for these decks that are utilizing temporary creatures. At the start of the beginning phase, you may kill a unit you control here to draw 1. So because we have these temporary units that are going to die anyways, might as well get a draw as
mm-hmm.
some additional value for it. And with this LeBlanc Chosen Champion unit, the LeBlanc Fragmented can offer you a draw 3 thanks to the death knell of the LeBlanc. And our Lilia did not want to see that come out, so answered it with the Crescent Strike rather quickly.
Yeah, a bit of an expensive spell, but it almost seemed like it was an absolute necessity to go ahead and take down that chosen champ. But find your center to try to ramp up, if you will, plus adding a little extra draw on top of that. So retreating back to Lilia sends in the sprite, or when you move, you could play a sprite, I believe, in any location. So leaves the sprite there, and exactly as you pointed before, because it's temporary, you get to trigger the Rose Lab before it goes to the trash, or not a trash in this circumstance, but before it dies, and then you get the +1 draw. But now a sprite token getting generated, and we said this is a very aggressive style deck from Lilia. So conquering one, or holding one and then conquering on the other one on top of that, that's a double hidden card. I'm trying to think back, at least for the older cards, what cards could potentially be hidden. But are you familiar with maybe any of the newer cards that might be hidden from set 3?
Not off the top of my head what they might be hiding out of set 3. I think the most common one I've seen Lilia's hide is, of course, Sprite Call,
Right.
being as we see it deployed here now, as a synergistic card with the deck that wants to generate as many sprites as possible. Now getting a second sprite to this battlefield, making it 6 might to the 5 for our Glass Mixologist, and now the Hidden Blade coming out, and actually choosing to use it on one of those sprites so that they can go ahead and get this conquer. Probably looking to make sure that they can push this conquer through to get our first activation of the Deceiver's legend ability to make a clone copy of this Glass Mixologist.
Yeah, and you know, it's an interesting interaction, right? Because you make a reflection copy. That's the one that has temporary with this conqueror. But now on the Rose, if the mixologist is able to stick around, the mixologist would bring back the chosen champ. But then, oh no, you're only killing. Well, actually, no. Then the temporary one dies, and then you could bring back the mixologist. Or is that a little bit too crazy?
The Mixologist does have a restriction of 3, no more than
That's
a
what it was.
energy cost
Okay.
of 3, and no more than 1 power. So can't bring back itself, even though that would be an insane
Right.
combo. Um, but we will probably more than likely see the LeBlanc Fragmented come back from this Glass Mixologist. Currently the only legal target for it, as now a second legal target gets deployed to the base. Vanguard Captain, of course, getting that Legion effect to be able to play 2 1/1 recruits. So we'll see what starts to happen with once these Glass Mixologists start getting their effects off, and how much this LeBlanc is willing to discard their hand away to continue to make copies as they hold this Dusk Rose Lab.
Right, and it looks like a really good piece of the puzzle for Lilia decks is going to be those sprite calls. You get to hide them and at reaction speed respond to the temporary trigger going online on top of the one that was developed for, or the one that triggered from that battlefield, of course. So is able to hold despite just having a temporary unit because of the sprite call. And oh, the massive foresight, a card we're normally used to seeing in the likes of things like Yasuo decks, coming into the limelight from Lilia, which makes a whole lot of sense. Every single sprite token will be swinging in for 4 might. Sometimes it could be situations where, or maybe not so much in these colors. So more than likely, they're just going to be swinging in for 4 total might, which is not too bad because there are big spells. I can't recall the exact name, but there's spells in the Lilia decks that are able to generate multiple sprite tokens in a single turn, right? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Sprite Storm lets you do it at a discounted rate. Sprite Call, of course, being 3 mana for a 3 might ready sprite, but Sprite Storm, I believe is the name, is only 5 mana and gives you 2 sprites. So effectively, the same effect as casting double Sprite Call, but for 1 mana cheaper. A very strong card for this Lilia deck, and
Mm-hmm.
we already saw another powerful sprite generating card be deployed earlier in the game with the Sprite Fountain. So they definitely went a long ways to give Lilia plenty of access to sprite generation, and this deck is all in on the sprites, which, if you're a big fan of these little guys, will make for a very fun time.
Yeah, it definitely seems like quite the fun deck. I think even on top of that, there's something like the Sprite Queen that's a bit of a one up from the Sprite Mother of the past. So Sprite Queen, I think, comes down and develops 2 Sprite tokens on top of your Legend ability. I believe is pay 4 energy, exhaust me. Or let me remind myself before you guys go crazy in chat. Pay 4 energy, exhaust me to play another Sprite, but that ability goes down for each Sprite token you pay. So it gets cheaper and cheaper. The Sprite Call was Sprite number 1. I believe the move was sprite number 2, so Lilia just simply paid 2 energy to go ahead and play out the sprite token. So swung in, killed one mixologist, brought back the Diana to the same battlefield. A stupefy on the mixologist number 2 coming down. Sprite swinging for 4, so at the minimum taking down the mixologist and no legal targets remaining in the trash. So it just leaves the Diana, or leaves the LeBlanc rather. I was watching the Diana game too long last game, but leaves the LeBlanc on the battlefield. Not the worst target as LeBlanc. LeBlanc doesn't feel too bad because it does get the +2 draw unless they have another sprite to come in. But no, it just passes turn and does manage to get up to 2 points so far for LeBlanc.
LeBlanc opting not to Duskro's lab. This LeBlanc fragmented away, obviously not wanting to get rid of a non-temporary version of the card just yet. Can now opt to hold and deploy the LeBlanc as a second LeBlanc as a clone, but looks like decided not to do so. Just going to put a honest broker alongside it over there at the Duskro's lab, and then push in for 5 might to this Lilia, but will be answered by another copy of Sprite Call, deploying a Sprite over here at the Duskro's lab, bringing the might up to 6. I'm not sure where the 4 is coming from that is being indicated.
Isn't
on
it
this
attack
here.
and defend from Massive Foresight?
Oh, yes, it already triggered before. You're correct, yeah. I was thinking because while it's alone, but it already
Right.
triggered before they deployed the Sprite Call. So able to get up to 7 might and overcome that attack. Very strong play from our Lilia, but now all of these sprites going away. Not long for this world, thanks to temporary. Something that
Right.
I was wondering whether or not we might see is there it is. Sprite Burst actually is not Sprite Storm. So this is the card we were just speaking about earlier. Is the generate 2 sprites for the cost of 5, and now able to come in and push up to the Duskro's lab on both sides and get a double conquer here. Very strong card for Lilia, but the card I wanted to mention is actually a card that we normally see out of LeBlanc, and that is the blue LeBlanc champion unit. Whether or not Lilia's would be trying to utilize that card to keep some of their sprites around, but
Okay.
so far not seeing that being used in this list, but maybe we'll see it at a later date.
Yeah, and it does make sense because you're so centered around this whole strategy of bringing in these temporary units. But interesting enough, it looks like Jace and the Armory combo will be seen in the LeBlanc deck down below. So interesting strategy. Very different than what we saw LeBlanc in round 1, but a call of the week going in, taking down the other sprite tokens, say no draws for you on this following turn. So just setting up quite the massive board. This could be a bit of a stabilizing point, but the sprite burst coming down to close things. A double conquer from 6th, 7th to 8th, and that goes to Lilia for game number 1. Well done. That's just so much pressure coming out from Lilia.
Yeah, and he just was showing how much redundancy he had available, how many sprites he could have made in that turn. Just an absolutely ungodly amount of little sprites coming in ready and able to close out the game there. And that's part of the problem rather for LeBlanc, but part of the power of Lilia is being able to generate so many ready units and just be able to take advantage of these situations when they cause the board to be reset back to 0. And that instance where it seemed like LeBlanc just finally hit their stride with a big setup, but unfortunately had nothing at either battlefield and then was tapped out, set up for a big turn next turn, but not able to do anything about all of these ready sprites just coming in to close the door on him. So something that LeBlanc player, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to adjust for this game plan based off of how their deck is composed so far, but hopefully they'll be able to maybe bring in something from the sideboard and find a way to overcome the sprite onslaught Lilia is presenting.
Right, because those sprite calls are spells, so there technically is a way to counter them, but I don't think this color combination from LeBlanc has anything to effectively counter those kind of spells, so just has to deal with them the hard way and just try to brute force with a couple units you have, but plays out a sentry to start things off. Let's see what Lilia decides to do. They always have the chosen champion. You could never go wrong with a nice little 3 energy, 0 power card, unless they have anything better. But I would put my money on something as straightforward as that, as you kind of go ahead and think about it. Okay, he's kind of messing with us. Maybe he does have something else in hand.
Yeah, then we should also real quickly mention our battlefields for this game. Number 2, Vialma's Lair for Lilia, and the Veiled Temple for our LeBlanc player. Vialma's Lair, once again, as we mentioned in the previous round for Pike, being this symmetrical effect that this legend can kind of get around in a way. Not in the same way as Pike, but because she's generating these ready sprite tokens, she's not necessarily interested in needing to move her units back, especially since most of the time that she's conquering this battlefield, it'll be with a temporary sprite that was going to die anyways. So Vialma's Lair more often than not going to inhibit his opponent more than himself as the Lilia player.
Mm-hmm.
So a very cool choice to have Vialma's Lair be one of the battlefields for Lilia that will see if actually it does make any impact on our LeBlanc player if they're playing something like the spell that moves that swaps the position of 2 units if one of them is temporary draw card. I'm drawing a blank on the name of that spell right now, but very powerful card that both decks actually I have seen run and perform very well with.
And oh my goodness, there's going to be a plethora of cards getting picked up for LeBlanc. 2 sentry triggers on top of the card that's coming in, granting an additional definitely 4 cards for those 2 units. Never feeling bad about a 4-card turn, and developing out the LeBlanc chosen champion, followed from a sentry number, I guess it's number 2 since that was a reflection trigger, but no double hold because of the temporary keyword on Lilia. Normally you see 2 units on the battlefield, you're like, uh-oh, I'm going from 3 to 5, but not as crazy. But maybe I think Lilia, just with the simple legend ability, might indeed get up to from 3 to 5 on this turn. Let's go ahead and see if she makes it a little bit more efficient to do so by playing out another sprite token. But then it's a little bit of overkill, right? Because nonetheless, you will be conquering one of them. So maybe thinking about a different play. Plays it for 3. Conquers up to 5 regardless. So little by little, spreading the deficit between these 2 players 5-1. But one of them has a bit more of a board stay in the back line. So this has to be a good turn for LeBlanc. If not, I feel like we're going to see a bit of what we keep seeing over and over from Lilia. Goes ahead, clears the units from temporary, but just plays out some more ready sprites on top of that. So let's see what they have to try to maybe defend from these sprites, because they desperately need to stabilize being at 1 point.
And we can't forget this fact that Lilia has not shown us their signature spell yet. It looks like that's not going to be an issue this turn, as Discipline is going to be used, leaving them with only 1 mana left. But a spell that could potentially swing this matchup in a very big way if LeBlanc tries to get over these sprites through the utilization of spells. That spell, of course, for Lilia, her signature spell, is a counter spell that then prevents any more spells being played for the remainder of the turn. So in a scenario that we just saw where the Call the Weak, Hidden Blade, stuff like that are able to be negated and then prevented from any more being played that turn, could just completely lock our LeBlanc player out and keep the sprites alive for our Lilia player. But looks like it's just going to be a pass over to Lilia, who's now got 7 energy to work with and can always, like we've seen many times before, deploy a ready sprite thanks to the leader, and that is exactly what we're going to see once again. So to go swiftly up to 7, and now we're looking at a 7-1 point deficit, a huge chasm to cross for LeBlanc, but not impossible, as the hand is looking pretty strong, 6 cards to 4. Let's see what LeBlanc could come up with here.
Right, and even has the potential to go ahead and sacrifice a sentry for an additional +2 draws if you don't have the answers in hand. But we always have to be a bit cognizant of something like a Spirit Burst, as we saw in game number 1 for the 1-2 closing punch. He is at 7. Lilia, not known for her holding capabilities, trying to go on the offensive every single turn, double conquer seems to be the name of the game for Lilia, but the Watcher bringing down those sprite tokens down to just 1 might a piece, so much more manageable. And it looks like they will, for the first time, double conquer this turn, because Lilia has just a single energy, good for a Defy, good for a Stupefy, but not enough to hold back from all these units. Is there a world they try to defend? They just have to get over 3 might. Reflection token Watcher. So that's -6 if there was a way of doing that on all those units. I see the synergy there with Watcher. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, so the Watcher wouldn't get the additional -3 since the clone tokens don't get the enter
Right.
triggers, but just being able to put 14 might at a battlefield and against a deck that is relatively not attacking you with very high might totals, just a couple 3 might sprite tokens at a time. If they're lucky, 2 to 3, maybe being able to generate 9 might off of a 3 sprite tokens moving in at once. Not coming close to having double Watcher on board, so not really caring that the Watcher is going to go away and not get its enter battle again by cloning it. More so just in locking down this battlefield with 14 might, ensuring Lilia has no way to take it back without some hard removal for the Watchers. And now this is where we start to see how LeBlanc can come back in this game, because she will be able to continually generate clones of this Watcher if she keeps being able to hold this battlefield. And the problem's only going to exacerbate as she can generate this 7 might at this battlefield for free just off of discarding a card, and then use the rest of their cards in hand to continue to reinforce the other battlefield, which currently only has a Watchful Sentry and a Glass Mixologist. But it could start to become too big of a problem for our Lilia player to get over. But we would be remiss without mentioning the fact that Lilia herself is also a Mind Legend, so a Watcher can come out on the other side of the table as well.
Oh, and a legend we haven't seen. Oh, no, this is just the non-alternate art one. So very similar as we saw before. It was the one in the chosen zone, but just plays it out. Raw casts it just to try to set up even more of a defensive end, because Lilia just 2 conquers away from closing things out. The same can't be said from a double hold. So LeBlanc needing 2 more turns to bring us into that game number 3. If she can succeed in doing so, but Lilia might have another thing in mind. Plays out a sprite token for the full cost of 3. Wait, why did he pay 3? What am I missing?
He paid 4.
Okay. Yeah, okay, the blues are meshing together. Yeah, he definitely paid 4.
Yeah.
8 runes remaining. He's saying you have a Watcher, you have a Mixologist. Let's take a quick look at the trash to see any targets. We see the Soaring Scout. Okay, the likely target being the Fragmented LeBlanc. So he does have a good target in that trash for the Mixologist, but sets up the Foresight. Pushes in a sprite, so trying to take down more than just a single unit, but Karth is getting another 4-card draw in a single turn. I think that has been the huge difference maker in this game, just the sheer amount of cards he's been able to draw in the second game. I mean, you can't not draw into the answers, right?
That's what it seems like. I mean, this is a combo I've been waiting for since set 1. Since set 1, I tried to make blue-yellow decks with Victor or Lux that were utilizing Watchful Sentry plus Karthus to generate you a bunch of draws, but LeBlanc is able to just do that on another level thanks to being able to clone these cards and get extra triggers from that. And then now with the addition of this LeBlanc Fragmented, which gets to draw 2 on death if it happens during the beginning phase, she can just draw an insane amount of cards. And she also has the capability of pushing in the Karthus to conquer or hold, and then copying the Karthus to get additional triggers of the Death
True.
Knell. So this is just a Death Knell centric deck that I've been very excited to see come out to play. And as we saw early on, this went the way of Lilia very heavily, going up 7-1, but now we're seeing the power of LeBlanc being able to mount this comeback as it's going over to our LeBlanc player now with 11 runes up, holding to 6, and now generating another copy. And of course, all of this draw is able to facilitate the continued use of the LeBlanc Legend ability because you have to discard every time you make a clone. But if you're drawing 4 cards at a time when things die because of Karthus, you're not really caring too much about that discard cost.
Yeah, you're really not. And it looks to be once the deck gets going, it really becomes unstoppable. And I'm happy you mentioned about Karthus because he did come out in set one. And ever since set one, we're like, when is it going to be Karthus time to shine? It looks to be an Unleashed, right? Set three sets into Riftbound. It looks like he finally has a home, and the home being this LeBlanc deck. But trying to get this Lilia off the Valmon's layer pushes in with the Diana or with the LeBlanc and the Karthus. So 6 total damage versus a 3. Let's see if there's any kind of might increases like we saw the On Guard / Discipline. Because all Lilia needs to do is just hold this one battlefield and they will be denying that game number 3. But Crescent Strike coming down 4 damage and then the 1 additional everywhere. So I guess a 1-for-1 trade as of right now, but the On Guard coming in, bringing up that to 5 total might, out of the range of getting dealt by the LeBlanc. So the was it because of the Crescent Fall?
I'm not sure where. I'm
3,
trying to.
5, 1 damage is 4. I thought it was 4 to 3.
Yeah, because he had the double Mask of Foresight trigger, so it should have been at 5 plus an additional 2 from the On Guard up to 7. So I'm not entirely sure what just caused this Lilia.
Lilia was
Go to the
defending
trash.
alone, right? So went up to 3. On Guard brings it up to or went up to 4. On Guard brings it up to 6. Crescent Strike deals 1 damage to it, so effectively 5 HP. Diana did 3 damage. What are we missing here? Maybe chat will let us know.
Oh, somebody in chat said, do they think that the Watcher triggered for the -1, but or the -3, but obviously that is not how that interaction works. I'm not sure. Hopefully we can come up with some kind of clarification later, but regardless, our players are marching on, and the Vanguard Armory has been deployed for our LeBlanc player. So now going to be able to start generating a bunch of recruits to help go in and answer or conquer the other battlefield while she continues to hold the Veiled Temple with a massive amount of units and might here.
You know, and that is a huge play though, because holding the 7 was just or holding the 8 was exactly what Lilia was hoping to do. So
Yeah, you're right.
of
Actually,
course,
that I
the
think
inner host of me just wants to get another game out of these players. But I definitely feel super bad that Lilia might have just got cheated out. Not intentionally, guys. I don't think there was an intentional kind of malice type play out of these players, but misunderstanding as I, right? Mr. Plus had to correct me that you don't get the end of the battle effect. So maybe just set 3 being new to a lot of players, including the players here on our feature match table, not understanding that Watcher doesn't indeed get the -3 ability, so costing him the game. But nonetheless, I guess we get sort of what we wanted, a game 3 out of LeBlanc and Lilia.
Yeah, I suppose so. Unfortunate that was missed by both players or misunderstood by both players. In any case, they both have made amends with it and decided to go to game 3. So I guess we are the true winners here as we get one more game of action between LeBlanc and Lilia, with LeBlanc or Lilia being on the play this time for the first time. And we'll get to start the game off with Mask of Foresight on turn 1.
You know, if this was a high OPL, 100% guys, we're stepping in, but this is more of a casual, first time ever set 3 tournament. We'll let these players ride. It is on both players to go ahead and maintain a proper board state. If he didn't catch it, that's on him. As bad as that feels to say, but it is a more casual event, just 4 rounds of Swiss. We will have 2 undefeated players playing our quote-unquote grand finals today. But let's see if Lilia could end up winning the game. That way we don't feel too bad about it. But either way, I want to see a good game for this final game 3.
Seems that our LeBlanc player maybe passed over too quickly, wanted to play out the seal before playing out their LeBlanc chosen champion. So sorting through that right now a little bit, trying to make sure everything is good. I think we're going to see the passover now to Lilia. So starting off turn 2 with 4 runes at the ready and a Mask of Foresight available, is just going to opt to bring out their Bright from their legend ability to get the Conquer over on Aspirant's Climb. This time our battlefields are Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest, which pseudo cancel each other's out. We
Right.
are playing to 9 this game, but we started with 1 extra point. So let's see if that actually affects anything. I'm not sure that it will, but we are going to see a Conquer come out on the Arena's Greatest for LeBlanc and a copy made of our LeBlanc Fragmented, and then a Karthus deployed. So the engine to draw as many cards as they possibly can is already online.
You know, with this Karthus not having, or with this Lily not having any type of interaction in the back line, I say that, but in those colors, there is some kind of interaction. We do have things like Singularity, but perhaps not really having them in the main slash sideboard in the Lily decks, because Karthus staying alive is almost as much of an engine as the RIP Miracle decks, right? Because Carthage drawing 1-2 for one Lilia or one LeBlanc, and then 1-2 for the second LeBlanc is insane. Turn 3, 8 cards in hand. Granted, you don't have too much already established out on the board, so just doing the establishment this time around: 1 Sentry, 1 Vanguard Captain, and that is a whole lot of. Oh no! For some reason, I thought Legion was a definite. But no, just a normal 2 recruits coming out, and sets up a good board to try to push their board state on the next turn. I like this.
And the Heart of Dark Ice out for Lilia. Very strong card to synergize with this game plan of generating these ready sprites. Now able to make a sprite, give it +3, and now you have these 6 might ready sprites at the ready with that you always have access to thanks to your legend ability. So it doesn't matter how bricked your hand is, you can always generate a 6 might ready sprite to come in and attack. A very powerful capability for Lilia that our LeBlanc player is going to have to play around as they try to cull the weak one of these sprites, but is swiftly answered by a Defy. We're going to have to see how LeBlanc moves forward from here. Was able to generate a lot of draws off of the Karthus plus double LeBlanc Death Knell, but will they be able to get board presence and set up a big hold like they were last game fast enough before Lilia is able to close the door on them, as Lilia is more often than not able to score 2 points every turn with very little effort.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. As you said, can they do it fast enough? They were hoping to have a little bit more time with this Aspirant Climb as their final battlefield, but Arena's Great is not really allowing that much time to elapse in this game 3. And to the point you were making before, the Heart of Dark guys on top of the Massive Foresight seems to be an awesome synergistic combo for the Lilia decks. You get a potential 7 might unit at the ready every single turn is insane. Able to crack through a lot of board states, at least in the set 2 meta. Set 3, I mean, 7 might is 7 might, and that's just 1 unit, right? So I like this Heart of the Dark guys. First time we're seeing it here in this best of 3 series. Maybe they just didn't really play it out in the previous games, but it makes a whole lot of sense to me. But Lilia 1 too far ahead of the curve against LeBlanc, 5 points to 2. And might just very well be 7-2, because you know what she's known for. Double Conquer. It might as well be her name, it seems like.
Yeah, looks like opting not to conquer here, which is interesting. Could have at least brought their points up to 6, but of course we are playing to 9 this go around, so not being within 2 points of game victory probably isn't as tantalizing as it ordinarily would be to go to 6. So instead opting to just do some more setup, play out a scuttle, get a draw, and then being able to throw away the scuttle next turn to take a peek at our opponent's hand and see what they have to answer anything that Lilia might conjure up. I think this is a fair play to slow things down a little bit and try to
Hmm.
set up a little more, establishing a second Mask of Foresight. But like we said earlier, the speed seems to be the name of the game for Lilia, as if she allows LeBlanc too much time to set up, she'll inevitably get these board states where, like we saw in the last round, where the might total is just too big for all of these sprites to get over, even with something like Heart of Dark Eyes plus Double Mask of Foresight. If there's two Watchers on board, that's still not enough. So, gonna have to be wary of letting LeBlanc get way too comfortable and too much of a foothold up, as now we see a bunch of units deployed to both battlefields for a LeBlanc player. A scary sight if you're a Lilia fan.
Yeah, that is a whole lot of units. Granted, they're not the most tall units, so not so much might. I believe on the right we have 8, 2, so 10 total on Arena's Greatest, and then 8 total on the Aspirant Climb. So not crazy, but enough or exactly trading with a Heart of the Dark Eyes and a double Massive Foresight. I believe your sprite tokens will be swinging in at 8 total. At least the first one will be. And the Scuttle Crab has 0. Funny enough, you could use it on the Scuttle Crab, but you always have a sprite token with the legend ability, and it will be a Watcher coming down. If there's one card that could try to go ahead and try to bring all this might down a bit, it will be Watcher, but most are already at 1. So I wonder if he's just trying to clear one of these battlefields, and then Scuttle Crab, Heart of the Dark Eyes, the other one.
He has to be a little worried here too about that hidden card as well, because that hidden card might very well be a hidden blade that can answer the Watcher and make sure that he's not able to get through with this Conqueror, as Scuttle comes in for 5, and it was in fact a hidden blade. Gonna come out and target the Scuttle more than likely. Let's see if those last 2 runes up are... No, they're not a Defy or any kind of counter of the sort, so just going to stop this push from the Scuttle Crab, trigger its Death Knell to show him that I've got a Jace and a Watcher of my own at the ready, so be ready for that. Now Watcher going to come in and try to clean up this left side and take out Aspirant's Climb to stop the onslaught of draws that would have happened should we have gotten to the beginning phase. Still going to draw 4 cards thanks to Karthus and get us right back up to 6 cards in hand, down from 2. And our Lilia player only knows 2 of those cards now, feeling a little less comfortable with the Scuttle knowledge that they thought was going to be a boon
Right.
for them, but now has 4 mystery cards to deal with.
Right, almost seems to me you want to go ahead and swing in with the Watcher first. Let him do the draw, because either he draws from the Sentry or he draws from the LeBlancs, but either or you get a bit more information. Granted, that's it. You only get information. You don't get to take one from the hand, so it doesn't make truly that much of a difference, but holds up to 5. A Watcher in hand, as we saw before, so a Watcher is able to take care of the other Watcher, and little by little, as we saw in this game number 2, LeBlanc seems to be stabilizing. But anytime you have 2 Massive Foresight plus a Hard Dark Eyes, you're not feeling all that comfortable about at least holding both of these battlefields. So retreating a Captain Vanguard to start things off, and whoa, the double Karthus. We rarely ever get to see it. These Theftails are about to go crazy. It could be something like a Mixologist times 2, but no, it looks like he's not going to make use too much. Actually, the Sentries, what am I talking about? 2, 4... That's just wait 1 2 3 4.
Draw
Is that
6
6
if
cards,
they
right?
both die. Yeah.
Insane.
You know, yeah, it's crazy. We thought that we saw the height of draw power in set 2 in Spirit Forge, but we haven't seen anything yet. This LeBlanc deck is capable of drawing so many cards thanks to these Karthuses, so definitely want to get your Karthuses while you still can. If you can find them, pick them up, because they're going to be a huge part of LeBlanc going forward, more than likely.
Right, I bet they weren't even going for a couple of bucks, but now they're probably going through the roof. Maybe not so much just yet, but once people catch wind of exactly how powerful that card and how good it works in these LeBlanc Legends, I think there might be something like a buyout coming soon. I might have to get my Karthuses too before they kind of get there, of course. But 7-6 coming down to the wire in this game number 3 of our final round of Swiss for our first ever Unleashed event. Good amount of cards on both sides. 7 might, but we do know there's a Watcher in hand, so that might doesn't matter. What I'm more worried about is Lilia passing with 10 runes available. We haven't seen her do that this whole best of 3, right? She's been more on the offensive strategy. This is the first time she kind of pivoting and trying to defend with potential disciplines on guards, counter plays. This is a different
Or
strategy so far.
Or plus, we could be seeing this held up for the infamous Vilema ambush,
Oh,
which
okay.
could be coming out, anticipating the fact that our LeBlanc opponent had this Watcher in hand and may very well be pushing in with a Watcher push, leaving all these
Uh-oh.
runes up. The ambush Vilema could be a blowout here. Let's see if
Let's
that's
see. I
why.
love what you're throwing down. Is he going to be tapping 8? He's tapping 1. That's 2. That's 4, 6, 7, 8 cards.
It
The
is.
ambush bomb as you anticipated it coming down. Every single unit on LeBlanc's side will be effectively reduced to 0 might because they don't deal combat damage. That is a way to hold for win. What can LeBlanc possibly do to take this down?
Oh man, and the double Mask of Foresight trigger first onto our Thousand Tail Watcher made it go down only to 6 might from the enemy Thousand Tail Watcher. So still having 14 might available on defense to take out a good chunk of the board that our LeBlanc player presented. Gonna offer a couple Death Knell triggers, but not enough to get over this battlefield. And now whatever does survive will be pushed back, which it looks like it's just going to be the glass mixologist making it out alive. But a huge blowout for our Lilia player. Very cool to see Viamal come in and punish this strategy. Very, very well played. Knowing that that Thousand Tail Watcher was in hand thanks to the Scuttle Crab, knowing that their opponent more than likely couldn't resist the allure of going in with a wide push backed by that Thousand Tail Watcher, was able to take care of that with one big Vioma play. And I can't wait to see how much more this card gets utilized in other green decks as well. I think Vioma is going to be a huge card to look out for going into set 3.
Oh yeah, it looks to be a really, really strong card going forward into set 3, as you mentioned before. Funny enough, it doesn't hold for victory as we are on Aspirant Climb, so has to conquer one more time. So clear the board with a double Crescent Fall, and to put the final nail in the coffin, a double Sprite Call, or a Sprite Call and then another Sprite token getting played out from the Legend ability. This has to be successful, right? That's 5 Might tokens coming in at the Glass Mixologist. Hidden Blade will be taking 1 unless there's a Defy in hand for Lilia. Draws
No
2.
Defy, but a second Sprite comes in, which will get the Mask of Foresight buffs as well, bringing it up to 5. And the On Guard is enough with that last rune to push it up to 7 and get it over this Glass Mixologist and conquer for the 9th point and take us to a game and match victory. Effectively, more or less a 3-0 from this Lilia player,
Right.
since we got an extra game out of them. But man, what a well played game by Lilia, and a very cool deck to see running at this level. And I can't wait to see some more Lilia gameplay going forward in set 3.
Yeah, exactly right. I was so impressed, Obama. You smelled it from a mile away. You said that's a whole lot of runes. That has to be a sneaky little Obama. Let's head back to the commentary booth. And I believe most players should have ended things, as I don't think there's too much time left in the round. Actually, there's about 15 minutes, but I think we do have one guaranteed person in today's grand final, and that is the person we got the pleasure of spectating in round 1, Nurov, and the crazy Karthus Ruin Rex LeBlanc strategy. I think he coined an Italian phrase, Cocodrillo. Wait, you're gonna have to put it. Wait. He put it in chat. Bombarito, Bombarito Cocodrillo. Hopefully we're doing justice to the name, but either way, just some crazy shark bomb shenanigans coming down. I am excited for that, but we don't know who his opponent's going to be because after 4 rounds, there should be at least just 2 undefeated players. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. But if you had to decide it, who do you want to see that LeBlanc player go up against, Mr. Plus?
Well, I think I'm gonna have to reveal the bias once more and say Pike. I would like to see the LeBlanc versus Pike. I want to know whether or not the additional discard from that Bewitching Spirit on top of the discard from making clones from LeBlanc is enough to stop her from getting these crazy board positions. The question is whether or not he can get the hand ripped away fast enough before LeBlanc's able to start drawing 4 or 6 cards at a time thanks to Karthus. I would like to see something like that potentially to go up against the LeBlanc.
Okay, that could be fun. We'll see if that does happen. And I just realized, are you guys debating me? Because that does sound like some brain rot TikTok. I don't even have TikTok on my phone, so I'm not too familiar with it. But that does sound like some brain rot. Either way, for the last little 12 minutes, let's go ahead and spectate a legend that we haven't really seen so far all this tournament long. So let's head back to a little feature match area. I believe this is the final game 3 for these players. It's a Kha'Zix versus a Teemo. Have you managed to play a little bit of Kha'Zix of your own, Mr. Plus?
I have tried one Kha'Zix list that I've seen on Piltover Archive. I tried to import it over to TCG Arena and I've only gotten one game with it so far, and I was a little bit taken aback by the game plan of Kha'Zix. I don't think I was piloting it appropriately, I'll say, in my first game with it. So more than excited to see a proper Kha'Zix pilot come out and show me how it's done. I do think that there are definitely some legs in the Kha'Zix deck to make it a formidable opponent going into set 3. I have seen a couple games online on YouTube and such that have shown the power that Kha'Zix can possess, but I have not been able to figure it out myself just yet. Have you been testing set 3 very much outside of the Vex testing you were doing the other day on stream?
Yeah, that was some fun testing, but a little bit of Kha'Zix here. But unfortunately, as soon as we tuned in, guys, these guys are done. I was hoping to see a little bit more action, but Kha'Zix getting the dub over our Teemo player, and I think that's pretty much everyone done. But yeah, to answer your question, I think I've mainly just been working with Vex so far, but eventually I do want to go ahead and test out every single legend. I mean, I'm inspired to what I saw here today. I want to get a little bit of LeBlanc in there. Lilia seems fun as well. Pike seems awesome. Diana looks fun. Kha'Zix looks cool, but we didn't get to see him too much today, but it should be good. It should be good going forward. The good thing is there's a whole lot of time before set 3 officially releases in the US / English regions in general, so we have plenty of time to kind of dive and dip our toes and see what legend really works for our playstyle.
Yeah, and then hopefully we'll get to see some results and some coverage, of course. More than likely some coverage from yourself on the Chinese events that will be focusing on set 3 going forward. Looking forward to seeing that, some competitive level set 3 at and seeing what they gravitate towards, as our metas more often than not do overlap pretty heavily, but there are some differences in preferences between the Chinese metas and then the English speaking regions. So always cool to see what kind of stuff they come up with as well.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, the production alone is worth tuning in. They do such a fantastic job over there in China. But guys, there's just one more round. As we said, today was a bit of a short and sweet round 3. I can't believe we're almost done. It's just been 4 hours in. Usually it's double the time for a tournament, but just a final round. One of them being LeBlanc, as we said before. When we come back, we'll let you guys know who the other opponent, but 2 undefeated players. Originally, I was just going to do 4 rounds and that's it. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. If there's 2 undefeateds, we have to make them play out, so it only seemed right. So we will be right back. Short little break while we find out who our last 2 remaining players are, and then we get a bit of a final showdown between these players, all right? Welcome back, Riftbound players. We are live for our very final round of our first ever Riftbound Unleashed event. And real quick, let me tell these guys to wait a second because I think they almost wanted to get started. But either way, funny enough, we only had a single undefeated player, and that was the player we funny enough saw in round number 1. It was the crazy Death Nail synergy from LeBlanc, which when we saw it, it seemed to be doing some crazy things. But what is he going to be playing against, Mr. Plus?
We have Vex, the little emo yordle coming in gloomist, hoping to bring down LeBlanc's vibe and be able to get over all of these death knells.
Yeah, so that will be the final round for today's event. After 4 rounds of Swiss, 1 undefeated being LeBlanc, and then 1x1 being the Vex, the Emo Yordle. Let's see who can get the job done and close out the event. Let's join these players for our grand finals for today. Vex, LeBlanc, who's going to take in Nuroff as we saw him before versus Pot Agreed. And funny enough, we'll let these players play, but somehow in the heat of things, I didn't update their names, so I'll update the names as we go.
Yeah, so we have LeBlanc getting to start us off on the play, deploying Watchful Sentry turn 1, and we have our battlefields, of course, Forbidden Waste and Tipped Peak, Star Tip Peak, a battlefield most should be familiar with at this point when you hold your Channel of Ruin Exhausted, but a new battlefield from set 3, Forbidden Waste, says, while a unit defends here alone, it has -2. So actually a little bit of an answer, I guess you could say, or a counter to Vex, a deck that obviously wants to hold, but perhaps not one that wants to hold with units alone, so may not get too much value out of it, but nonetheless, hopefully something that will give our LeBlanc player a little bit of an edge in this matchup. But we're going to see a turn 2 Conquer coming out of the Watchful Sentry with an activation of LeBlanc's Legend ability to discard a tactical retreat in order to make a second copy of Watchful Sentry.
You know, funny enough, that is a card we didn't get to see too much in these earlier rounds. Tactical Retreat, I believe, works the same way as something like a Flash. When the unit, well, actually, you know, something like a Zonia's, right? Choose a friendly unit. Next time it would die, so basically a Guardian Angel / Zonia's Hourglass for the Order domain. But just like that, Mr. Plus, the Karthus is online. This is going to be a whole lot of draw. 2 draws apiece, so 4 cards incoming into the hand of LeBlanc. Is that the proper play, you feel like, Mr. Plus? Are you leaning towards giving him all that draw? Do you feel like you had to do it one way or the other? Might as well deny him a point while you can?
You know, something that could have been cool to see there, may be ill-advised, but you could have charmed this this Karthus up to the Forbidden Waste just to get it to score his opponent a point, obviously, but at least it would be defending alone and be only 1 might for the Nami to be able to take out and stop all this draw, but evidently just wanted to take control of the battlefield and then deploy their chosen champion with Vex instead, which did enable a lot of draw out of our LeBlanc, already getting that draw 4, but having the answer with Call the Weak that was then defied, but another answer right after that with Hidden Blade. Of course, the deflect from that Vex made it so that our LeBlanc went all the way back down to 2 runes, now coming into only 4 runes this turn, while their opponent Vex is now at 8 runes in this turn. So this could be exactly what our Vex player needed to get a foothold and get ahead of this LeBlanc before she starts getting way too ahead with all these copies.
And another card to kind of make full use of that Karthus will be the Black Rose. I'm going to save myself the trouble of that card, but Dignitary?
Dignitary, yeah.
Dignitary.
Black Rose
Okay.
Dignitary.
Does make sense. Not only you get the +1 assault before the death, you do get the channel room. Very similar how the sentry triggers, but Karthus has been dealt with, so that problematic card is one step in the right direction for Vex, but now you're trying to push a board state without any units, so you back off simply to draw. So having to do what you have to do to find some more answers in the deck. You use a discipline on your opponent. You don't love to see it. You use a backdoff on your opponent. Unless you had the green set 3 Vex when you stun a unit, you go to the battlefield. But in this situation, not feeling all that good, just simply using it for a +1 draw. Let's see what he has though for the remaining 7 energy, because so far this looks to be a good hold and kind of spreading out the distance between these two players. 3 points most likely to just a single point. I think it was correct, expensive but correct, to do everything you can to take down that Vex Apathetic as soon as you could.
Yeah, unfortunately, our Vex player got a little bit of a breathing room, like we mentioned, just having a big rune advantage and being able to kind of get ahead maybe in that department by getting a big board established, but looks like kind of drawing very poorly on which is very surprising, having 8 cards at their disposal in hand. Um, Not able to really,
Oh,
wow, just scooped it up, in fact.
wow, wow, wow. Vex saying, I've seen enough. I've played 4 rounds. Let's just go ahead and wrap things up. We're looking for a speedier grand finals. I can respect it. Once you play one too many games, once you understand what this LeBlanc deck can really do, it does feel like you don't have the answer, especially if he only had a single apathetic in the deck. That was the main key piece and main component he had to kind of slow the game down to his liking. And maybe he didn't have another one in the deck, so he says, let's move on to game number 2. Me being on the play means me getting to a battlefield first, means I get to hold before anything is said and done. And that is exactly where Vex wants to do, and has a Targon's Peak to try to make use of some spells once you do indeed conquer one of these battlefields, or that specific battlefield, I should say.
Yeah, and maybe to your point, like you mentioned, that just the perhaps lack of additional copies of the Vex was a big reason why our LeBlanc player decided to nuke their entire rune base just to get it off the board, betting on that fact and hoping that even if it cost them all their runes and they went down half of the runes of their opponent, they would be able to then mount the comeback without having to deal with that Vex. And that seemed to be the case in game 1. Will that be the case in game 2? Or will Vex play a little bit more tempered this time and try to make sure that they can, without a shadow of a doubt, protect their apathetic from getting removed thanks to the likes of something like Call the Weak into Hidden Blade like in game 1?
Right. I mean, we're seeing here at the minimum something like a Zonya's Hourglass, but a big, ambitious rebuke, nailing, bringing down your room pool down to just 2, just to get rid of the LeBlanc champion. Sometimes you just want to guarantee the hold as quick as you can, and that does manage to get you 1 for the conquer, 2 for the hold most likely. And I think now is the time to go ahead and play out your apathetic. But it's a little tricky because how Zonia Hourglass work, if you want to go ahead and use that Overzealous Fan ability, it goes, but then you lose your Hourglass, which you rather save for the Vex, of course. So I don't know if I love that rebuke, but I don't know exactly what he had in hand, because I feel like you just let your fan go. Or honestly, I don't know how I love that Zonia's Hourglass. I feel like Vex might have been better, and then have some runes open for the turn. But I think he was scared of something like what we saw in game number 1, a Hidden Blade / a Call the Weak. So I can respect that play as well, but we don't know exactly what's in the hand, so he knows, and now is the time to go ahead and play out the Vex, it seems like.
It seems that you're correct, though. I mean, all things considered, it feels a little bit strange, the sequencing that our Vex player went for here. Zanya's, of course, kind of being a negative synergy with the Overzealous Fan. Would have rather probably seen the Vex deployed in the previous turn when you had the Targon's Conquer effect active, giving you the 2 runes on defense. He still would have been able to utilize the Rebuke there. And then if he really wanted the Zanyas for some extra insurance, could have hit it at the Targon's Peak and then been able to utilize Overzealous Fan and
Right.
then react with the Zanyas once it was absolutely necessary to protect the Vex. But now being put in this awkward predicament where, like you said, if he wants to utilize the Overzealous Fan, it's going to destroy or interact with the Zanyas in a basically a negative synergy way.
Wait, what do we have the rewind there? I'm a bit confused because originally he used the overzealous. I would imagine he said, okay, never mind. I'm not going to use the overzealous fan. I'm going to let the Vex go. So now the Zonya's triggered on it. But the mirror image coming down, copying the Vex in a ready position, pushing the overzealous fan. And I would imagine the ability doesn't trigger so he doesn't have to pay for deflect, but he does pay for deflect. He just wants to deny as much points as possible. But to make matters
Oh,
worse, that is the call of the week. Everything getting removed on this board. But that is a huge blow to the likes of this Vex legend because one more time, you lost your chosen champion, and he is so all important to your game plan. But here's a champ we haven't seen all tournament long, but not too long.
oh my
Man,
gosh.
how many removal does LeBlanc have?
Cue the Simpsons meme. Stop, he's already dead. He just
Mm-hmm.
keeps calling the weak our poor Vex player. Purple Vex answered by Call the Weak. The very next turn, Windmill slams out another one to answer the green Vex. Our poor Vex player is getting bullied by LeBlanc right now. And looking at 8 runes to 6, basically even on the rune front, essentially. 2 honest brokers out for a LeBlanc player, and it's only 2-0. Not even a big lead or anything generated for Vex. It's looking pretty grim, but hopefully this isn't an instant scoop like the last game. That our Vex player will have a little bit more resolve and try to bounce back from what was a very, very rough start of this game number 2, as we see the first Conquer come out onto Targon's Pink and a discarded Soaring Scout offering us a Honest Broker clone, and then the other Honest Broker coming out to conquer our Dusk Rose Lab as a Ruined Rex is deployed to the base. And now tapped out, we pass it over to Vex, who is once again having to discipline an enemy unit. Not what you want to be doing. It's looking pretty scary here for Vex fans.
It really is. This is another kind of a desperation type play whenever you have to go ahead and pretty much throw away really great cards like a discipline, like the back off we saw before. It just signals to me that you don't have any good units. In this case, it looks like you don't have any units to go ahead and develop out on your board state. This game might be as quick as the last one. That's a double hold going up to 4 points. The Ruin Rex in the back line doesn't really make a difference. If he goes ahead and establishes out a Karthus this turn, I don't think there's any world where Vex can get back in this game. He tried his very best, but it does come back to the play, as you pointed out nice and early. I think if Zonya's Hourglass was hidden, that could have made a bit of a difference. But honestly, who are we kidding? There was one too much removal, I believe, in LeBlanc's hand. A double call a week. I don't know if you could have beaten that, even if it was hidden.
Maybe not, but I think he could have given himself more of a fighting chance than the line he did take. Fortunately, here we're looking at all 12 runes at their disposal and somehow nothing to do with them. I'm really at a loss for what this Vex deck is looking like. I'm gonna have to take a look at the list after this to see how this was built, but it seems like it's nothing but spells and defense for our Vex potentially. And when those Vex get answered that early on, thanks to those Call of the Weeks, I don't think there seems to be much of a backup plan here.
Right, because honestly, Vex on paper has some clean answers for what LeBlanc was dishing out, right? You have the Defies for the Call of the Weeks. You have the Charm to bring over the Karthus into your battlefield to try to take care of him before he gets a little bit out of control, but just not really able to put the pieces together or being fortunate enough to draw those puzzle pieces from the deck of cores. And it's hard to say that when you're looking at a hand of 9. I almost, funny enough, want to take a little bit of a sneak peek. If he doesn't play any units, Mr. Plus, we have to take a look at the hand. What does he have? Just all spells? I would imagine there's at least one unit, whether it be a big unit like Volmon. Just put something on the board and hope there's not the third call of the week. Because right now, you are losing this game in 2 turns, going from 4 to 6, 6 to 8 if you don't do anything from this position.
Yeah, we're just in this awkward position now where even if he's able to put out a unit, it can just be removed by the third copy of Call of the Week potentially. Maybe that's what he's afraid of. just traumatized from the cold of weeks. I'm not sure, but gonna have to put out something. Looks like we're seeing 8 mana tapped. Gonna be a Viamod that, of course, cannot be played there as he thinks that it can. That is a Rengar specific or Dead Bloom
Yeah,
if
he thought
you're
it was a
still
a
in play.
Devlin there, but it can be
But
played to the base. And interesting. Okay. So confusing ambush with what you said, a Devlin Predator. So if that worked the way, Valmont would be insane. It's already a great card, but it would be even more of a disgustingly good card. Just plays it on the base, and as we said before, hoping there's not the third call of the week in the hand for LeBlanc. He played two already, so not the most likely to see the third. But you never know. LeBlanc has been running hot all tournament long. Sometimes when you have the gas going, it just keeps going and going. And interesting enough, for unleash or unchecked power, I feel like that's a good sideboard tech for a Vex deck.
yeah, it's a good way to break that hold should the Vex be able to establish a nice hold going. But the third copy of Call of the Week was there. Thankfully, this time finally answered by a Defy. So Viamot is going to get to stick around, but Viamot by his lonesome is not enough to get over this entire battlefield. Unfortunately, he can go in and stop them from dealing combat damage, but he doesn't have enough might to actually kill both of them. So gonna need some pump spells if he wants to answer the Dusk Rose Lab. LeBlanc on the other side of the field over at Targon's Peak is going to retreat their Honest Broker back to base and then just pass with 7 runes up, feeling pretty comfortable in their position, being 6-2, 7 runes up with double Riptide Rex plus a hidden at Duskrow's Lab. They're just in a spot where they're asking their opponent, "Do you have it?"
Yeah, which is always a tough spot to be in. And you know, that hidden card, most likely something like a face breaker, most likely something like a hidden blade, as we saw before. So doesn't want to risk it. Goes for the Targon Peak at 3, but you are severely behind on points right now, just about halfway of the total points of your opponent. So 3 to 6, but oh, you won't even get there. A hidden blade coming out unless in the hand at 8 there is another Defy, at least a not so fast. So hidden bleed, and he's thinking about it. Does tap 1, recycle 1, so that is a not so fast coming down to protect the Valmont's lair. I will say there's a little bit of a saving grace in the simple fact that LeBlanc only has 3 cards in hand. This is the lowest hand size we've ever seen from LeBlanc, and to make it sweeter for Vex, that's a charm coming down. But does they don't do combat damage, so 4 damage isn't enough to take down the Valmont.
Oh, but the Death Grip coming out as a response. Very cool. Death Grip gonna take the 6 might. Oh, just kidding. Another copy of Defy is out. Oh, man. Finally, it's lining up for our Vex player, having the Defies, the not so fast, the charms, everything that they needed to finally get through all of these non-stop answers from LeBlanc. But a second copy of Death Grip comes out. And is it going to be answered by a third copy of Defy? Looks like not this time. Death Grip is going to get to resolve, which of course is going to give 6 might from this other temporary Ruined Rex over to our real Ruined Rex, bringing it up to 12, making it more than enough to deal with this Viama, as well as triggering that Death Rattle, or Death Knell, I should say, on the Ruined Rex to deal 4 over to Viama. This time, the Vex players deciding not to let this Viamod die, wants to keep it alive, and is going to just Starcross to bounce it back to hand and get rid of this Ruined Rex. But sacrifice now. It is just reaction after reaction. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, right? Just for a draw too, but he didn't have to do this, guys. Starcross bounces your unit and your opponent unit, so the only legal target will be Valmons. They both return the units, and then you hold to 7, and then you treasure broker to 8. What am I missing here? Is Nurov just BMing low-key?
Oh, interesting.
Because Starcross, you couldn't hold.
What he did here was actually respond at reaction speed to the Starcross with his sacrifice that would then kill the Riptide Rex, triggering the deal 4 to Vioma, and then once the Starcross went to resolve, there were no targets, or the original target wasn't there, so it fizzled, and the Vioma stayed at the battlefield. And then once the other Riptide Rex, or sorry, Riptide Rex, the other Ruin Rex died, it dealt the last -4 it needed to kill the Vioma. That was an interesting exchange. Not, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure that everything was exactly above
Right.
board and how it's supposed to go in the rules. We're a little bit new. This is our first set 3 event, so probably need a little bit more clarification from a seasoned judge on whether or not all of that transpired as it was supposed to. But nonetheless, a crazy back and forth with all these reactions being played. And in the end, it seems that if everything was done correctly, that was a very smart play by our LeBlanc to get around the Starcross and manage to take out that Vioma.
Incredible stuff, right? We see exactly because we were just saying LeBlanc feeling rather low on hand size, but just in the blink of an eye, reaction after reaction, just somehow finding, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in hand on their turn, but just playing out the hand, and that was lurking in the hand event. A hand of Vex, absolutely no kind of gas whatsoever, and a 2-0 fashion. LeBlanc at the hand of Nurov. He has been cooking in this early set 3 meta because this has been one of the most impressive Riftbound decks I feel like we've ever witnessed in our events.
Yeah, so no need to fizzle anything. I got a little overzealous with that whole party. He just uh chat corrected me. He was just able to react with both of his sacrifice and his hidden blade over at the other, and they both resolved before Starcross even got a chance to. So the double death nail deal 4 was enough to take out the Viama and seal the deal for a LeBlanc player. A decisive victory. What was just almost immediate scoop in game 1. Then came down to a pretty back and forth, cool little exchange there at the end of game 2. But at the end of the day, LeBlanc showing a dominating position and definitely proving that it is a deck to be out or looked out for going into set 3.
Yeah, that was awesome to witness, and I don't know if it gets any bit better for this LeBlanc player. He seems to kind of have all the pieces he needs, at least in a 40-card deck. I don't know. I mean, only time will tell as a lot of people kind of tinker with what's to come in these new cards. But what a way to start off our very first, or not start off, but what a way to end off our very first set 3 tournament. I believe we got a glimpse of a bit of almost every legend, at least today. A couple legends will probably get to spectate in the future set 3 events. I don't think we saw any Rainguard, any Jin.
Yeah.
What are some legends we didn't spectate today so we could kind of keep them on the back of our minds?
Yeah, we still have Rangar, Jin, Ivern. We
Ivern.
did get to see Poppy. We got to see Yi, Vex, Pike, LeBlanc. Did we see Kha'Zix?
We didn't see a
Probably
full
Kha'Zix.
game from Kha'Zix, so yeah, DMW. We
Yeah.
definitely got to get Kha'Zix in there, but we will be
Yeah.
running these on a weekly basis, with the exception being when those regionals come around. We'll end up doing those co-streams. I will be in Atlanta, so I can't do a co-stream while I'm out there in Atlanta. As much as I do, probably would rather do the co-streams than play. We already have the tickets, so me and my brother will be out there. But nevertheless, that is the conclusion to today's set 3 event. A nice little short and sweet. It almost feels like we're just getting things started, but it has been 5 rounds so far. But it was a double header for this weekend. Friday set 3 tournament. Tomorrow will be our first ever normal event, sets 1, sets 2, but with the 7 card bans that just got introduced last week. That wouldn't be last week, just last Monday. Before we go real quick, how did you feel about the bans, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, I know that was a, a big talk of the town and all of our casting leading up to it. So much discussion over what may or may not go. And in the end, I was surprised about how much they actually did decide to ban. 7 cards was more than I anticipated for sure. But all in all, I think that they were all justified in some way or another, and maybe some more than others. But I think more likely than not, this is a welcomed and healthy change for the
Mm-hmm.
game on multiple levels, both a shakeup for the competitive level, but also kind of a little bit of a taming of the power level for onboarding newer players. So even though we're gonna have to explain a couple cards being banned out of trying to onboard a new player with the Jinx starter deck and say, yeah,
Right.
sorry, some of those cards in your starter deck are banned actually. Outside of that, I think it overall will be a little bit easier to get people into the game and not feel like they're gonna have to deal with these you know, out outlandish in some instances strategies that we were seeing. So I think the bans were pretty good this time around, and I think that their communication around it also was very well or very well executed.
I
I really
agree.
liked all
I think
the
it's for the better of the game, for a bit of a healthier meta, but we'll see exactly how things do indeed shake up tomorrow. Do we
yep.
have a classic Aurelia taking it down? Do we have the legends that we normally don't get to see too often in the finals slash top cut? I'm actually pretty excited for tomorrow's event, but today was awesome. I didn't know exactly what to expect from these set 3 legends, but boy, did it not disappoint. I hope everyone at home enjoyed it. For those asking for the deck list, just like we always do, we'll post those top 8 deck lists on our Discord, !Discord, if you want to hop up in there. And then on Twitter, not today, I'll try to get the deck list today, but the Twitter will go out either tomorrow or the day after. But for now, that is everything from my side. But Mr. Plus, when can these guys catch you sometime online? Because I know you said you've been looking to stream here and there.
Yeah, I did get a one stream in so far, but I'm trying to figure out a way to get a more regimented schedule to be a little bit more consistent. But I definitely want to get some more streams coming up for set 3 testing because this set has been super fun and I'm really happy with a lot of the legends. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, just like there's so many fun and well designed legends in this set. It doesn't feel like there's one that's just so far above and beyond the other ones. I know that we just saw how powerful LeBlanc is, and she might be a front runner going into the set
Right.
3. But I think more than just LeBlanc feel very strong. We saw some really good gameplay out of Lilia in the previous round. Vex definitely still has legs, even though take that last match you saw out of your mind a little bit and give Vex a try still because she's very strong as well.
I
I
think
think
so.
set 3 is really cool, and I would love to stream some more. So if you want to take a gander at that testing, it's over at twitch.tv/themrplus. Links might be up in chat as well. So hopefully I'll see you guys over there and I can do some testing either solo or perhaps even with you in the future.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Maybe we'll do something together, as you said. But guys, that is everything for today. I'll go ahead and try to post those deck lists since we're ending way sooner than we normally do, a little bit later on today. But for now, I will be closing out the show, but we will be back tomorrow, same time as we did today, for our first ever event with the bands in the meta that will be displayed out in the Leo Regional and the Atlanta Regional. So that's going to be exciting to find out how competitive things are in that new environment. But we do get our answers as soon as tomorrow. But for now, everyone take care, and we'll catch you guys on the next event. See you guys.
Take care.